What's going on, everybody? This is Lady Luck here again. Good evening to you all. Good Saturday evening. Hope everybody is doing well. Yeah, come on in here. We got a lot to uncover in this show today. We're going to be talking about Umar. This dude named Derell, something Dempsey Spears or some sort. Let's hope he's not related to Aries Spears. And Poetic Flakko. Man, this is something else. Shout out to Lynn Donner. He sent me a link on this. I'm assuming his nickname is D. Derell, but his name listed on the Department of Justice website. This is the U.S. Attorney's Office for Southern District of Texas. Has him listed as Dempsey Spears. So that would be his legal name. Has been indicted. And then Umar's got a class action lawsuit. Yeah, the fun is about to begin. It's high time for these fraudsters and con artists to, go down with the ship. Bye, Umar. You flatching like little Debbie snack cake. So y'all come in and hit the like button. We're gonna go over this because I cannot get the court documents on Dempsey Spears because his case has been sealed. So even with having PACER, you would have to file a request to the court to have a document or documents unsealed and give a reason why and all of that. And if it's sealed, there's a reason why it was sealed. So the only thing we have is the information that is on the Department of Justice website regarding the indictment itself. And for some reason, Poetic Flakko is just, I guess he's realizing like this is not going to work out well for me if I keep trying to kiss Umar's ass. So he did a video a couple weeks ago talking about, Umar's done sort of thing. And then talked about Marianne Lorient and what's going on with him and the now class action lawsuit that we're still waiting for. We're still waiting for this class action lawsuit documents to be posted up. So I can't wait. I cannot wait, y'all. I've been checking and checking and checking. And we're almost close to it. So hopefully this stuff will be posted up on the court website this week. Because, the holidays and everything, courts, they also go on break as well. So hopefully we will see these documents start to flow and get posted up in the on the court website. So until then, you all, we're trying to report on it as best as we can. Absolutely. So I'm ready to get started, you guys. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Good. Thank you, Saint. Yay. I was trying to add you on yesterday. Thank you so much. I don't know why it won't let me just, if I type in Saint Center 13, it doesn't come up. I was like, okay, fine, I'm gonna have to use the entire YouTube handle just to put it in there. YouTube is so weird. They make things complicated for no reason. So yes, I will check that and add you this evening. I appreciate that. And any of the other fantastic mods here in the LLC, if you would like to be a mod on the second channel, by all means, feel free. And of course, I will be going live this evening with a Candace video. But yeah, this stuff with Umar is about to start picking up very soon. So I want to make sure that I have mods over on the second channel. Y'all, it's something else. This class action lawsuit is gonna be a doozy. We're here for it. So I hope you guys have had a great day. You're enjoying your weekend. I know I am. I've gotten some sleep. I got to get some more rest, but gotten some sleep and wanted to make sure I shared this information with you all. This is something else. Man, I got an old video from It is on Anti-Afro Spingala's web YouTube channel, but it's like Dempsey Spears and two other people, trying to go after Lennon Honor. Karma is a B word. They tried. But see, when you're a fraudster and you're a con artist, you're going after someone else because they're debunking Umar Johnson. That would not be to your benefit. The irony of it all, right? Like Candace, a con artist getting mad at Facebook for debunking her, and then she tried to sue them. In case no one knew that, she tried that, and it didn't work. You can't make this stuff up. Con artists never want to be debunked. They always want to be right because they're narcissists. Yo, this is something else. So we're gonna watch some videos, a couple videos. We're gonna check out the information about the Dempsey Spears case on the Department of Justice website, and then get into Umar's interview he did with Art of Dialogue. He's still talking about 50 Cent. He's mad that somebody's got married. And it's like, I don't know why he thinks that he's supposed to get some rich, wealthy person. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. So I want to start off with this video here. This is Lennon Honor Karma is a bad bead. Dempsey Spears TCTV paid flunkies plot with false police reports part 1. And this is on Anti-Afro Spingala's website. So there's a lot of history here. This is a part 1, and then there's a part 2. So shout out to Anti-Afro for putting this stuff up, because this gives you kind of an overview of how bad these idiots were when it came to going after Lennon Honor. And now look who got indicted by the by the FBI. Yeah, karma is really a B word. Yeah, don't break the law, okay? Umar, you got it coming, you clown. Can't make this up. Yeah, this is something else. So let's get some comments in before we get started. Let's see. I did do a purging of emails. I didn't delete out anything that I received within the last 4 hours of today. But I've read all of the emails and replied to all the ones that I could, and pulled up as much information as I could from what you guys have sent me and checked it out. Some of which I just kind of saved because it's a lot of information. And I want to make sure that when I do touch on that, I definitely have everything vetted and corroborated, and then can present it that way. You guys know how I am. I don't just show out immediately unless it's something that is already off the internet and I don't have access to it. Like, I'm still looking for the Candace live stream she did on Facebook because I don't have Facebook. Something like that, I'll play right away. But if it's like information that I need to go and actually do a little research on to corroborate, it's something that I have to have, time to do right. That's just me, because I believe in vetting the information, because you never know. You might get trolls try to troll you as well. Who knows? I know I enjoyed Candace being trolled because she don't vet nothing. But I definitely have to vet the information that I get. So, you guys, I appreciate your time and patience. And for those that I've emailed and responded to, thank you so much for your information. And I replied. And listen, we make sure we share the information and get it out as best as possible. And if it's something that needs to be vetted, I'll let you all know. Listen, I'll look into this. I got to do some research on it. And that's what I'm going to do. So I appreciate you guys. And continue to email me. Email me if you got something. Hey, sometimes 3 or 4 of you all send me the same emails. And I'm like, hey, I've already seen this. I appreciate you for reaching out to me. Because we're all out monitoring and watching out for different things that come up. Especially now with Umar getting this class action lawsuit. Oh, my good Lord. He has no idea what's coming his way. Umar, you clown. You about to find out. You done effed around. You about to find out, bro. You can't make this up. Shout out to you, Francisca. Shout out to my mods. Thank you all so much for being here. and for supporting the LLC. All of you, all the members, all the Luxters. Thank you guys so much. Sid is up in the house. Happy New Year to all of you all as well. Francisca, shout out to you over in the UK. Flakko has jumped ship. He has. I replied to your email. Okay, gotcha. I will send you another. Send you another email. Okay, cool. What have you got? 4 live streams. I got the two. I guess the two verticals. You get the vertical and the horizontal for LLC, and then the second channel. So yeah, that's all. It's set up in my StreamYard like that. What's going on? The Dimple Spears is crazy. I know. Shout out to the Receipt Show. Hey, KKC. How you doing? Happy New Year to you. I saw your comment finally. Like, I even got to some comments today. What's going on? Shout out to you. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate that. Shout out to you. If I could get one of the mods to drop the KKC's YouTube channel link in the chat, that would be awesome. Thank you for rocking with us and tuning in. This is something else, you all. Hit that like button as you come in. We're ready to get started on this, you all. So shout out to Anti-Afro Spingalis. I hope I'm saying that right. I'll drop the video link that we're about to check out in the chat. This is an oldie but a goodie, and it kind of gives I guess it helps kind of give a better understanding on how bad they were towards Lenin. And it was, I mean, multiple people. It was like 3 guys in this one live stream alone said all kinds of crazy stuff that had, when I say had nothing to do with the law. And then we do have a video on Poetik Flakko, because yes, he has definitely jumped. He's trying to jump that ship as far as possible. But see, when you named in lawsuits, talking about you gonna go out here and do something to some female, yeah, no, this stuff just doesn't go away. Especially if Poetik Flakko never apologized to anti-Afro Spingalis. If he never apologized to her, then him just assuming, well, if I just detach myself, that should be it. No. You threatened to essay a woman. That's not how that works. He's disgusting. So there you go. There's the video link there, you guys. Make sure you check out her channel, Anti-Afro Spingalis, and we will do part 2. But I think this is the young lady that Poetik Flakko, according to the Archibald Johnson v. Umar, Archibald v. Umar Johnson lawsuit. I think this is the young lady that Poetik Flakko said he would do that stuff to. It was horrendous. So he needs to get to apologizing. That's what he needs to do. And if he said it in a video, he needs to apologize to her in a video. He needs to apologize to Lynn and Honor in a video, because he said all the dumb things that he said in videos. Don't cow it out when it comes to having some level of humility and seeking forgiveness. So if you don't have a problem going after people because Umar is not happy like we give a damn, then you should not have a problem apologizing to these people for having them doxxed and harassed and bullied, for making heinous claims and accusations. Do it in a video, in front of a camera. That's how it should be done. Until then, Poetik Flakko can be named all day too. Separating yourself is not enough. It's crazy. All right, y'all. Let's get started on this. Put a 1 in the chat. I see you, Manny. Shout out to you. Hey, Cher. How is our baby doing? Y'all, Cher's new grandbaby is our baby. That is our LLC baby. She's a beautiful baby. She's our baby. Oh, man. Shout out to you. Hope all is well. She says, hi, Doodle. Shout out to my mods. Manny, what's going on? We're finally getting into this. Let's see here. Can I get one of the mods to drop KKC's YouTube channel link in the chat. We want to make sure we get some support. Hope all is well. Thanks for having me. I emailed you just now. Awesome. I appreciate that. I'll get to the emails as soon as I get the videos started. Everybody speak to everybody. Hit that like button as you come in. All right. Put a one in the chat where you can see and hear. Let's go.
We're starting to see some major developments coming out of this whole Lennon situation, and this is karma. This is his karma for everything that this brother's been doing the last year or two or whatnot. It's not a good look. It is not a good look at all. Hey, what's going on? What's going on, Catherine? Somebody like me, I don't like bullies. I don't like people bullying people.
What's up, listen, man? Right, I got some breaking news, man. Breaking news. Oh,
okay.
Your boy running from the police right now as we speak.
So KKC, I see your email. So I guess I can't play these, huh? Okie dokie. We will not. I don't know what's the deal, but we won't play it. We will go right on to
Dr. Umar Johnson.
Because I don't want to. Yeah. Listen. Thank you, KKC. I appreciate that. And this is recent when this happened. I appreciate you to get looking out. Good looking out. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna move on because I got the email and child, I don't give attention to nonsense. If you're a content creator, you post up content on a public platform. For me personally, I don't care if people use it. I really don't. As long as the message gets out. But if people got to worry about some backlash from you and all this other stuff, and you try to use that to get attention and all, you go out and attack people for it. No, I'm not gonna do that. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, well, we're going on to him. Poetik Flakko here is basically he did this video not too long ago. Let me see. 8 days ago. So almost about 3 weeks ago. The authorities are officially closing in on Umar Johnson. What's tripping me out is that he gets 152,000 views on this video, knowing that he used to kiss Umar's ass. Ain't that something? Y'all hit the like button and share these videos so we can get the same views. You can't make this up. He kissed Umar's ass for years. And now he wants to sit here and pretend like he has no affiliation. This is a trip. With no apologies to nobody. You can't make this up. So, he's got a lot of people apologizing. Starting with Lennon on. We'll start with that. All right. Let's check this out, and then we'll get to Umar's interview he did with Art of the Dialogue. Let's go.
Johnson has made an enemy out the wrong person, and he's in some major trouble because of it. This person has already taken a lot of money from him, and now they're spearheading an investigation that could potentially lead Umar Johnson to a prison. The woman in question who's been Umar Johnson's biggest nightmare is Marianne Lorient. Now, we're going to back up to the beginning before we get to the new update that took place today. Now, about 5 months ago, she did an interview with this content creator called Lennon Honor. Now, Lennon Honor does great work on Umar Johnson. He's been covering Umar Johnson for a while now. Me and Lennon Honor has had runs in the past. I don't dislike him. Right? I'm sure he probably dislikes me, but this really.
Yeah, because you doxed him and you owe him an apology. Is it that difficult, boy? Is it too difficult to understand? You don't get to commit cyber crimes and think that's okay, and you should gloss over it. Now he's done great work on Umar. What was all this energy at when you were doxing him and his family? Or helping Umar to try to sing goons out, Goonie goons out, to this man's house? You could do a public apology in a damn video, you clown. And if thou not be man enough to be able to do that, Then why are you doing this video at all? I'm just curious. I'm just asking questions. This is crazy as hell. I don't have any problems with Lennon on him. Yeah, you're the one that doxed him. So, of course, you wouldn't. Funny how this stuff goes.
No issues on my end with Lennon. During this interview, she tells Lennon about her run-in with Umar Johnson and how it started with her making a donation to Umar Johnson in the FDMG school. And then that quickly transitioned into them getting into business together. And that business relationship ended horribly with Umar Johnson trying to get money out of her. Well, what she would say, try to hold her hostage for some money.
I believed in his vision. I loved his idea because the way I saw his concept, this is someone who's coming to breathe life within the Black community. And then the Lord has blessed me. I ain't rich, but I was able to make a contribution for FDMG.
Yeah, would you like to share how much that donation was? If you're comfortable.
$2,000. That's the initial donation to the school. This is how the connection became with him.
Umar Johnson apparently called her to thank her for the donation. And when he called her to thank her, by the end of the conversation, Umar Johnson was asking her to the next time she donates, instead of $2,000, make it $4,000.
Okay, 2019.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He reaches out to you.
Yeah, so he reached out to me. He was humble. He was gracious. The only little red flag I had.
Does Poetik Flakko know that Umar Johnson filed a slap suit for $500,000 against Marianne Lorient? Does he not know that? The hell is wrong with this guy? You can't make this stuff up. He doxed his entire family. And he talking about he doesn't have a problem with Lennon. I know, Saint. You got the audacity. He had the nerve to say he doesn't have any issues with Lenny, but he sure has some with him. Like you bum, you know what you did. Exactly. You doxed him. Oh, nah, you had to leave our girl alone. Exactly. He going in on this. Oh, you know, I don't have any issues with Lennon on it. Okay, so let's flip this around. What if Poetik Flakko got his entire family doxed? And then the person that doxed him gets in a video and says, I don't have any issues with Poetik Flakko. And Poetik Flakko's like, wait a minute, you doxed my whole family, my children, my spouse. What are you talking about? Why would you have a problem with me? F, he say. That's how clueless he's being right now. As opposed to him trying to reach out to say, you know what, I'm going to apologize because I messed up and I was wrong for doing that. Do not go after people committing cyber crimes because Lady Luck Club is going to remind you it's a cyber crime. To harass, to bully, to defame, to dox. It is a crime. Lennon Honor could have filed an FBI complaint against Poetik Flakko and had his ass investigated by the feds for doing that. Putting his kids, his wife in jeopardy for what? Umar ain't nobody. He don't pay nobody's bills. And if you built up your audience off of Umar Johnson kissing his ass and you're supposed to be a grown man yourself, then we have a lot of questions for you. Poetik Flakko, do you go hanging out in Hyde Park? I mean, we're just curious. We're just asking questions here. You can't make this up.
And then I didn't notice. I thought it was rude, but now, like, I'm the type of person, when something goes south, I go back and try to re-examine stuff. He was like, next time, if you could get 4,000 is first of all, just say thank you. He told me next time if I could get 4, and I thought that was rude and a little bit.
In 2025, I don't think Umar Johnson got the balls to ask somebody to double their donation. But around that time, Umar Johnson was that dude, yo. Umar Johnson could call your phone and tell you, hey, bro, yo, we pushing for Black people. Hey, bro, we on a mission for Black people.
He is not that dude. What the hell are you talking about? He never was. He was always a con artist taking money from Black communities. You built your YouTube channel off of that BS. Not one time did anyone think, okay, let's see if he's got receipts. Is his name on a deed? Did he actually buy a building? You and your Oguni goons didn't think to do that. Remember, you were too busy trying to suck up to him on his ball sack. Get out of here. This dude is a clown. Man, you can't make this
Yeah,
up.
you donated.
I'm all too happy to
come a little
debunk this
better.
video.
Because Umar Johnson had that cachet with black people. Right now, man, he'll be lucky to.
Oh, he doesn't.
Right, to get a $10 donation from somebody, man. But so this happened in 2019.
He
Apparently, they
lied to
stayed
people.
connected for years. And then they began to talk back and forth about a conversation about a documentary. Umar Johnson asked her to make a documentary about his life. Now, she was a filmmaker.
Oh, he did?
She's never done a documentary before. So she was kind of uneasy.
Umar asked Marianne to make a documentary about his life. Hey, Camille, how you doing? What's going on? Happy New Year to you all. Umar, y'all, listen. Laura, Happy New Year. It's not a yeah. I mean, it's so disgusting what he's doing. He needs to apologize to Lennon. And yes, for him saying that he was going to essay a young lady. You can't make this stuff up. What's going on? Did Umar ask Marianne Lawrence to make that awakening? Because she already had somebody selected to play that role. Where is he getting this from? I want to make sure I'm not misquoting, though. It's my understanding that she wrote the film. She had an actor already selected to play Umar's role. He wanted to play himself. If my understanding of that is wrong, please let me know. Because I don't recall her ever saying Umar reached out to her wanting her to make a film about him. I think she was doing it either way. I know, right, Tavares? He's a narcissist. He's saying that he just said that Umar reached out to Marianne after just bragging on Umar being that dude and how he can just get money out of, middle class, low income black families because rich people know better. They want receipts and he couldn't produce it. So he's talking about how Umar got money out of the black communities for years, over a decade. And somehow that's a bragging right. And he said that Umar asked Marianne Lawrence to do a film about him. He just inserted himself into the film and then tried to take over. Exactly. He wanted to run the script. Made them change venues about the home they were filming in. You're talking about a 3-day filming. Made her have to change judges and attorneys that were playing a role on the spot. I mean, just crazy stuff. Had this woman crying in the car. Either he really doesn't care, he's out of touch because he's desperately trying to detach himself from Umar, from the negative stuff, while he's still sitting here bragging about Umar is that dude. No, he's not. He took money from people. They didn't have the money to really give him like that. And kept demanding it. And still produced nothing. Not even a deed with his damn name on it. That's how deplorable this is. You can't make this up. Happy New Year to you all. Umar reached out to Marianne for a documentary on his life, but could not fund it. Is that okay? That's what I wanted to make sure. He couldn't pay for it. So Poetik Flakko should have paid for it because, I mean, he didn't mind kissing Umar's ass any other time, right? Does Poetik Flakko know that Umar had a male hairstylist beautician in his hotel room? Lying about that boy sleeping on the couch.
The balls to ask somebody to double their donation. But around that time, Umar Johnson was that dude, yo. Umar Johnson could call your phone and tell you, hey, bro,
sitting here bragging on this guy.
Hey, bro, we on a mission for black people, bro. Yeah, you donated, but next time,
he was not that dude. He was a thief.
Because Umar Johnson had that cachet with black people. Right now, man, he'll be lucky to.
He's a con artist.
Right, to get a $10 donation from somebody, man. But so this happened in 2019. Apparently, they stayed connected for years. And then they began to talk back and forth about a conversation about a documentary. Umar Johnson asked her to make a documentary about his life. Now, she was a filmmaker. She's never done a documentary before. So she was kind of uneasy about it, but Umar Johnson kind of 100% guaranteed her that he would take care of everything.
So at a certain point, you donate to him in 2019. At a certain point, he asks you to do a documentary of his life. Do you remember what year that was?
The documentary, we established a rapport. It was like probably around 2000 or end of 2019. He asked me to, yeah. I know you like timeline, but I can't remember exactly the date and time.
Yeah. So the end of 2019, could it have been 2020, the beginning of 2020?
Yeah, beginning 2020, around that time frame.
Okay.
So he asked me to do a documentary on his life. And look, again, I'm a filmmaker. My antenna just went because he has an established audience. He has a platform. But I was transparent with him. I said, Doc, I make feature film. I have never done a documentary. He's like, so what? You're a producer. I said, yeah, that documentary and that film, that's two different beasts. They are cousins. The process of doing a documentary is not the same process as doing a film. Like, the documentary is very detail oriented. It's involved with fact. And then after you collect your data, you have to do an observation of the subject. I said, someone of your caliber, I don't think I'm the right person to do the documentary. Quit playing with me, Queen. Quit playing with me. I have hard regard for you. I want you to do it. I will back you 100%. I will put my sweat into this. Yo, Queen, when I say Doc is on board for something, just say you don't want to
give her a damn dime.
She starts putting it together.
Okay, so I wanted to make sure. So I just heard her say that he did ask her, because I wanted to be correct on this. He did ask her to do a documentary. She's done other films. She's never done a documentary. And she's correct. When you're doing a documentary, you're doing a depiction of that person in their life. You have to interview people, sit down and talk to family, friends, colleagues, other people in the profession, have documentation and evidence. He didn't even want any negative issues about him to be brought to light. So how is that a documentary? People expect a documentary to be where it's nothing but sunshine and rain, cloudless skies, and all the flowers are blooming, and it's just perfect. It's utopia. That's not how documentaries work. First of all, no one has a perfect life. There are no perfect people, which is why Poetik Flakko needs to apologize in a damn video to Lynn and Honor. And stop playing this game as if he doesn't know what he's done. You did the BS all over social media. Apologize on social media. So that's not how documentaries work. It's not just going to be only highlight my good stuff. All the bad stuff, nope. I need to come out looking like the victor. That's not how that works. Sometimes we make dumb mistakes and do things that might not put people in the best limelight. But the worst thing you can do is not own up to it. And they want to be a coward about it and act as if you can't recognize when, doxing people is a cybercrime. When you having to get dragged through court because you're not paying any child support, because you don't want to get a job. Umar still doesn't have a job. So I'm assuming Poetik Flakko is taking care of his ass. I mean, why not? He helped him build his whole channel up, right? It's my understanding. I don't, for him to still be sitting here talking about he was that dude. No, he never was. You just fell for that nonsense and you rode on his coattails to build up your platform. He never was that dude. He's not that dude that's going to get that's been hit with a class action lawsuit. This is crazy. And Umar wanted that in the documentary. Nope, just all the good things. No, that's not how it works. So, as you can see, look what happens when Umar wants something done. And of course, it's not going to be the way he wants it because he doesn't want to admit his faults. He wants people to treat him like he's Jesus. And he's not. And then he didn't like it. Then he threatened her not to air it. Then he tried to file a slap suit against her for it and tried to bankrupt her, tried to take everything she had because he's a grifter and a con artist who refuses to take his ass to go get a damn job. That's what this comes down to. So yet again, he's trying to force some woman to take care of him. And she doesn't owe him that. Marianne Lorient doesn't owe Umar Johnson a damn thing. No one does. Maybe Poetik Flakko, but no one else owes Umar Johnson a damn thing. And we're talking about the same man that doesn't take care of his kids. So all that headache he put people through on film, on set, put the young lady at the hotel physically, then had some grown man sleeping in the hotel room with him talking about, he slept on the couch. No couch exists. All these things. And for what? He could have left Marianne Lorient alone. But he wanted to be a demon. And now look what's come out of this. Now, catching this class action lawsuit is something that should have already been in the works. Because donors and contributors, sponsors, you're talking about for over a decade about some idea of a school that he never intended on opening. That was always a grift for him. He just fooled a lot of people into believing it. But the fact that he raised all this money, millions of dollars for it, and never gave anybody a receipt, a tax statement, expense report, no proof of how the money was being spent, vendor invoices, nothing. Goes to show that his intentions were never in the right place. He would have done things the right way. You can't say, oh, well, I think he had good intentions in the beginning. So why didn't he ever keep up with invoices and receipts in the beginning? Why couldn't he show work being done on the school the right way? Why couldn't he have actual contracts with vendors to do work on the school building? Why would he block and ghost someone trying to deliver some student desk or someone trying to give him some land and property to help build the school buildings? Why would he sit here and block these people if he always had his heart was in the right place at some point? No, it never was. And people are finding that hard to believe. But Umar never had any good intentions on this. He never had any intention of opening up a school. You don't sit here and get upset with Jamar if he's trying to connect you with people to help you get the school building open. Talking about we just need the money. And you can't show with any projections, any cost estimates, exactly how you need this much money and what the money would go towards. You can't show that in writing. You can't produce a curriculum for the school. He never had any intentions of opening a school. People who are truly trying to do things genuine and do it the right way will simply do it the right way. You shouldn't have to ask them to do it the right way. He was always grifting off of this. From day one, he knew this is something that I could just grift off of. And my cult members are not going to ask me for any evidence on anything. And if anyone else try to ask about it, just like any other grifter or con artist, then I'm just going to say you're not privy to it. It's the same rhetoric you hear from a cult leader or from someone perpetuating a pyramid scheme. Well, how do you know what's going on in the pyramid scheme? You're not in it. I don't need to be in a pyramid scheme to know it's a pyramid scheme. It's called case law. Many men have fallen because they perpetuated a pyramid scheme. We can read court documents. That's what Umar has. He has a scheme. No one should have to tell him to show receipts. No one should have to sue him to get evidence out of how this money was spent. If he wanted it to do it the right way, he would have done it the right way from day one. He would have worked with the people that he needed to work with, the experts in the field, to help him create a financial plan, a curriculum, a bus route, blueprints. Got established with vendors. He would have done everything the right way. He never even tried. He didn't care. And a lot of people are going to be in for a rude awakening when court documents start to come out regarding this class action lawsuit. People are going to realize he never intended on opening a school. This was just something he could do for many, many years to con people out of a bunch of money. He might as well sell bridges with parts of the Atlantic Ocean. I have a bridge to sell you for $1 million. You're interested? Like, I'll throw in the Atlantic Ocean for free. That's all this is. So hopefully you guys understand that, and it's gonna come in. It's gonna come through these court documents. Let's see here. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. No, he just comes across as silly. However, much he tries to redeem himself here. He's trying. I'm really surprised Umar hasn't been tased more. Y'all, he might get tased in Hyde Park and he might enjoy it. I don't know, Umar. I'm just asking questions here. But perhaps you go to Hyde Park and perhaps you do enjoy being tased in certain areas. You know, perhaps it's invigorating for you. Who knows? All right, y'all, let's get back to it.
Before she even get a dime from Umar Johnson, she's traveling to his lectures. She's filming already. She's putting it together. Now, I guess that was like preliminary stages, kind of just gathering assets, gathering a plan, gathering a production team. But she still does a lot of work for absolutely free, right? Now, when it was time for them to really get the production team on board, really start filming, really getting everything in place, traveling, doing certain things, filming at certain locations, she tells Umar Johnson, yo, we got a budget. All right, now, yo, this budget consists of a lot of things, the filming, flying people to like certain places, like hotels. Bro, it's all encompassing. Now, it's going to cost a lot. You can back out right now and there's no hard feelings, but yo, the bill is going to be $86,000. Umar Johnson tells her, man, don't trip about the money. Oh, that's nothing. Man, that's the easy part. That's petty. And he ensures her, move forward with the $86,000 budget, put the production together. Let's get started.
The financial report for the documentary. Again, it's like he asked me to do it, so I'm going to present you what this going to cost. So when I called, I said, Doc, like I told you, I don't really do documentary. I do film, but you were so inspiring to me. I took the project on, but this is probably the most costly project that I've ever done. And I kept it to a shoestring budget. Doc, when I told you I cut corner of finance, I cut corners. Like, yeah, okay, well, what is it? We good. I said, it's going to be $86,000. I said, that's expensive, Doc. And he's like, nah, we're good. We could do this. He's like, Queen, you worrying about money. You worrying about the petty stuff. I said,
yeah, how much did you say? How much did you say it was going to be?
$86,000.
And this was for the documentary?
This is for the documentary.
Umar Johnson is a cap artist, man. If Umar Johnson tells you the money there, man, you got to double check if that money there, bruh. So she learned the hard way that Umar Johnson is a cap artist. So Umar Johnson tells her, let's get started, Queen. Put it together. Let's get started. So she gets the production team together. Everybody is on board. They excited. Umar Johnson, the project. We started on this day. We about to travel the world with Umar Johnson.
Is he having a hard time saying Umar Johnson is a liar? What's a cap artist? Why are we beating around the bush with this? Umar Johnson is a pathological liar. Umar, you can kiss my ass. You're a liar. When you don't produce receipts, and then you got the audacity to tell people they shouldn't be asking you about where money is going, that you're collecting from other individuals that are working hard for their money, and they should not be giving it to your ass. You can get a job. No, it is what it is. If there's evidence to show you are a pathological liar, you're a pathological liar. This man said, don't worry about the money. It's trivial. $86,000. Do you all know what I can do right now with $86,000? Let's see. I'm just as a theory. Let me test this out. Is it possible for me to raise $100 right now? Let's see how that goes. If I could raise $100 right now, I just want to see how easy it would be to do that. Since, Umar thinks, oh, it's nothing, it's the petty. It's the pettiness of it all because 86 grand is petty. But he didn't give her the $86,000 either. I can tell you right now, I can't even raise $100 on the spot. First of all, I have a conscience. I always think people have other uses for their money. It's a blessing when someone gives me a financial contribution of any kind. I don't care if it's 99 cents. It's a blessing. He thinks 86 grand is petty when his dumb ass could not give her that money back when he settled with her from the lawsuit he filed against her. You know that slaps lawsuit you filed, Umar? You Oompa Loompa. For $500,000? Mighty funny how you think 86 grand is petty. But you're trying to sue someone for 500 grand. And then you turn around and settle with her, which is rare, where the petitioner, the plaintiff, wants to settle with the defendant. And you only give her 68,600. Why didn't you just give her back the 86 grand at least so she could have broke even with the actual film? He didn't even give her back the $86,000. You know, because Umar, you Oompa Loompa, you said it was so petty, right? So what happened with you giving Marianne Lorient a settlement for 86 grand? Hell, why not make it $100,000? You know, because money is no issue for you, according to Poetik Flakko. Money is no issue to Umar Johnson. So why didn't he give Marianne Lorient a settlement of $100,000? At least the $86,000 she spent on the film and broke even. No, he gave her $68,600. But money is no issue to him, though, right? Umar, once again, where did you get that money from? Because, you know, so far it came from donors. Not even the full 86 grand. 68,000. So, Umar, you shorted her, what, 10, 20,000? About 20 grand. She shorted about 20 grand. You might want to give her the rest of the $20,000 so she could be at that $86,000 that she spent on this film that you inserted yourself into, that someone else could have played that role of you. Giving her a hard time for nothing. Putting out other women out of a hotel room. You can't make this up. Give her their $86,000 back then. I mean, you know, just make her even.
And we getting started. Let's run it. We about to really make the project of the year. So they have a start date. Right around the start date now, she contacts Umar Johnson for the payment so they could get everything booked up. Umar Johnson then changed up the entire plan on her and pulls the rug from out under her. Exactly, and begins to ask for free work in exchange for a revenue split.
And I said, well, Doc, you're going to have to give them the entire money. It's not like a layaway plan or half up front, because, you know, everything got to be paid as we go, because the documentary is like, we were going to capture. So we did research, we did observation. Yeah. We were going to capture some live lecture. You know, we were going to bring it fresh. So, and he's like, oh, listen, family. Queen, all my money's tied at FDNG. I don't have a reference to go in this documentary. You go ahead and fund it. I'm going to put my sweat. You have my backing. When the money come in, you recruit what you put in, and then, you know, just give a little something to FDNG. I don't even care if you don't give me nothing. I just want to live a digital imprint for these young boys that I'm going to create this so they can know about Umar Johnson. I don't want no white man doing my documentary. He went on and on and on. And then I paused. So after I paused, I said, well, Doc, let me get back to you.
We're going to try to speed this up because, trust me, it gets really bad for Umar Johnson very quickly, okay? So, yeah, like she hangs up the phone and says, we're not doing this, bro. Umar Johnson isn't really somebody they could rely on. Now, maybe if this was somebody else who was serious, who was consistent throughout the entire process, but Umar Johnson had already been annoying her, right? So she was pretty much done with this. Umar Johnson calls her back 2 days later. She tells Umar Johnson, hey, Brett, it's not happening. Sorry, we can't do no documentary. That's when Umar Johnson switched it up and then have a bright idea and ultimately convinces her to not do the documentary, but do another project that includes him.
2 days later, he didn't even give me a chance to call me. He called me like, okay, what the verdict? When we starting? I need to email you these lectures. We need to get started. And, you know, because I gave him a list prior to colors not to wear. And I want to take some picture of when I'm going to wear each lecture so you can tell me if it's okay. I said, Doc, I don't want to bust your bubble. I've already talked to production. Everybody morale just crashed. He's like, what? I said, I cannot take that financial burden. I just can't. As much as I want to, as much as I'm, it's in my blood boiling, I cannot proceed with that. That's like way too much of financial commitment. He's like, I don't say you have body of work. I said, yeah, I have body work. Film. I told you that documentary and that film, or like Cousin, I can't. I was willing to take a stab at it, but I can't take that financial risk, and I am not willing. So that's the business part of me. I got to my senses. See, when it's your money, you wake up quick.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I could tell like he went down. He's like, oh, Queen. Okay, you said you can make a movie. I said, yeah, doctor. Well, let's make a movie on the spot, just like that. I said, you want to make a movie? Yeah, let's make a movie. That's what you could do, but I don't have no money to put in no project. I will give you my sweat. You will have my undivided attention. You will have my support. I will push this film. I will give you my platform. He gave me a whole song, and damn, I'm like, now you're speaking my language. We're gonna make a movie.
Umar Johnson actually shows up. He does his part. He actually shows up, and they film this. So he was consistent and reliable in that regard. But here's where things break down.
No, he wasn't. He made them change the venue. He made them change the home that they were supposed to be filming in. He made them change the actors in the scene regarding the court scene because he had to be dragged to child support. What are you talking about, boy? Where's he getting this information from? He didn't even want to speak on the parts of where Umar practically forced Marianne Lorient to do this documentary and did not give her any promise of any money at all. You can't make this up. Oh, don't worry about the money. Nope, that's the first thing we're going to worry about. And until then, do not call my phone unless you got the money. Hell off my phone. Kick rocks. That conversation should have been real short. Oh, you have no money? Bye. And hang up. You can't be a leader if you don't even know how to lead. You don't know that it takes money to make a film. He wanted her to bear the burden of that. He wanted her to spend her money on this and then try to make it seem like, well, don't you do film already? Like, why don't you take the money from your films you've already made and then put it into this? He didn't care about trying to contribute to this financially. That's the starting point. You don't have any money to contribute to this $86,000. I thought you were paying the whole thing. You want a movie about your self-made. You can go do it yourself. Why don't you just go get on a live stream for an hour and talk about yourself? Because Umar could have did that dumb crap for free. He could have got on his live stream, cried and whined for an hour on Instagram. There it is, his documentary. He could have even named it, My Documentary About Me. They just go live from his mama's closet and speak for an hour and a half and talk about all the issues that he thinks he has in his life, most of which he created, and he's not man enough to face and deal with, and then just put that out there and let that be his own documentary about himself. At least no one else is involved in that nonsense, and he doesn't have to worry about, having to explain why a grown man who's a barber, hairstylist, cosmetologist, whatever he is sleeping in your hotel room on the couch where there is no couch. At least he'll be spared that explanation. Umar, where the hell did that boy sleep at? Because it wasn't on the couch. And he didn't sleep in that chair. Where exactly did that man sleep? The one that, shampooed and conditioned your hair and sponged it for however long he did that for. Where the hell he sleep?
And this is one of those things where you look at Umar Johnson and say, yo, you could have avoided all this trouble if you were just a reasonable person. So they film everything. She found a theater partner where they're putting like the movie and the film in theaters to make their money back. She funded everything. Now when it's time to do a screening, because obviously, the theater will give you one screening where you come and you see if everything is okay, if the coloring is right, if everything is great. And then once you do the screening, you give the go ahead and now they put it in theaters. She tells Umar Johnson, hey, the theater wants to do a private, screening for the producers. We come, we see if we like everything. If not, we could edit certain things out. Umar Johnson then blows up on her. He then blows up. How dare they do a private screening? He hasn't seen it yet. He hasn't co-signed. but he still had the opportunity to say, hey, I don't like this, let's change this up, if you come and do the private screening and watch the movie. But he started to demand things that she didn't have the resources to do.
So I said, I'm willing to pay for you. No, you send me the finished product. I said, first of all, that's not possible. It's on that film, but it's not like no DVD. And he couldn't understand the concept. I don't know if he think I was playing games. I said, Doc, I'm giving you an option to see it. No. You give me the finished product and then we move forward.
So this is from February 8, 2023. Umar states, you are not allowed to show that film without my approval. I have not seen it, and I do not give you permission to screen it. And then you stated a private screening is just the executive producer to see the image on the screen and to hear the sound. And then he says, complete disrespect, all in all caps. You replied, how am I being disrespectful? Why are you so angry? Can you come to Cleveland and see it? And text when you capitalize everything that's shouting. And then you stated you were pleased with the project. Now all of a sudden you've turned against the project. I am baffled by all of this. I didn't say you couldn't see it. I asked you your location in Maryland, and you ignored me. I offered to FaceTime.
And let me cut you. The location, let me cut you real quick. The location Maryland, because he was doing a lecture. The reason I asked him, I told Sarah, instead of doing the screening here in Cleveland, can I have my screening done in Maryland? So I tried my best to accommodate him. Please continue.
Yep. Let's go to the next one. This is again from February 2023. Everything needs to be, okay. So yes, you were pleased with the project. Now all of a sudden you turned against the project. I am baffled by all of this. I didn't say you couldn't see it. I asked you your location in Maryland and you ignored me. I offered the FaceTime to show you the movie and you declined. You're not meeting me halfway. The file cannot be sent email. It doesn't have the capacity to be sent that way. It is too large. And I keep calling you and you're not even picking up the phone. And then Umar responds with, everything needs to be in writing. I prefer text message.
Yeah, that's when he shut down. He no longer was calling me or accepting my phone call. He just wanted to communicate email and text. Communication was completely, verbal communication was shut down at the time. Please continue.
Yep, and this is February 8, 2023. I'm not speaking to you on the phone until I receive a link to watch the movie in its entirety. And then you replied, I did email you a contract. You already have that in writing.
You know, throwing a temper tantrum, Umar, at 50-something years old, you oompa loompa, it makes you look even dumber. She didn't owe you a damn thing. You put no money into it. And if you didn't want to be in it, you didn't have to be in it. So aside from him being in it, because he wanted to be in it, another young man could have played his character. He had no attachments to this, no investments made. So therefore, you make no demands. Umar, you oompa loompa, filled with little Debbie snack cakes. You don't get to make demands on something you didn't pay for. That's like him walking into somebody else's house and trying to demand that they change their bedroom around to look a certain way. And it's like, why are you here? Why are you even in my house trying to tell me how my bedroom should look? You wanted this film done. You went out and filmed it, even though you didn't put a dime towards this. You know, because he's supposed to be so balling and everything, and money is trivial and petty for him. Why didn't he give her the $86,000? Because he did not give her $86,000. Why the hell didn't Umar give Marianne Lorien $86,000? Well, here's another thing. No one will go to the defendant when they file a lawsuit against them, and then they're the ones initiating the settlement. He didn't even give her $86,000 for a settlement offer. Why? This idiot came and made just a shit show of everything. He made them change the venue. Talked about, oh no, my mother, the depiction of my mother is going to be in a mansion and blah, blah, blah. Wanted to have an issue about the hotel that she booked, production paid for him. That he put a young lady out of, because get this, I don't want the driver to see me walking out. People see me walking out. You know, I'm trying to keep this image up of myself. Never mind the fact he won't show receipts of contributions or where it's going. Well, he's got these contribution packages on his website that are just nothing more than a pyramid scheme. But, you know, he doesn't want to see that. But yet, he goes the next day to that same hotel with a young man who's a beautician stylist that shampooed and conditioned his hair in that little bitty sink and sponged his hair for hours, I guess, because it took hours. And then he comes back and tells everybody, oh, he slept on the couch. What are you telling us for? Poetik Flakko, did you ever ask who that beautician stylist is? Yeah, there was a whole grown man that slept on a couch that didn't exist in that hotel room. It never did. It still doesn't. That's something he wanted to volunteer to everybody, though. No one asked him. He volunteered that information. You know, because stupidity and all. And now he's gonna really be mad when he gets served these court documents for this class action lawsuit. But yet he never paid that money up. So who told him he gets to dictate when the movie premieres or airs or whatever? Private screening, public screening, I don't care. Umar, you dictate nothing when you pay for nothing. And no one told you to be in the film. You chose to be. She didn't need your permission, you Oompa Loompa. Not even a little bit. When you volunteered your time, your appearance in that film, she no longer needed your permission. There are a lot of things that Umar and the Umar-Tardians are about to find out the hard way about the law and what they think they got the right to do or to say. Because they damn sure don't have the right to tell somebody else what to do or say. Funny how that works. So whatever they don't learn from my content here, or Lyndon Honors, or anyone else that's getting in Umar's ass, keeping our foots on his neck, they will learn the hard way as he goes through these hearings with this class action lawsuit, which I'm sure he's going to try to do because, Umar, you're still broke as hell. It's the principle of the situation. So whether you want to learn it now or learn it later, you're going to learn. All you had to do was show people how you were spending the money responsibly. Because you didn't earn it. It was given to you for a specific purpose. And you failed to do that. Now you got to learn. And we're here for it. We're here for it.
Before filming, and if you want, you could FaceTime and see the whole movie. I've given you 2 options to watch it, and you refuse to take either one of them. And then Umar said, "I never signed any contract."
Yeah, because he didn't. He didn't.
Yep.
You see how conniving he is?
Yep. You do not have my approval to proceed with this film. I have not been given a link to see the movie in its entirety for my approval. I do not give you permission to include my likeness in any shape, any way, shape, form, or fashion in your movie. You do not have permission to use my likeness in any video, trailer, movie, except of any excerpt or of any movie, part of interviews, or any portion of the brand that is Dr. Umar Johnson or Prince of Pan.
Yeah, who told him this? You do not have permission to use my likeness in any video, trailer, movie, excerpt of any movie, parts of interviews, or any portion of the brand that is Dr. Umar Johnson or Prince of Pan-Africanism. Who the hell told him that? I love when idiots think they know the law. This is hilarious. Who told him that was something he gets to demand? No, you volunteered your likeness in it. Remember? You dumbass. And then you didn't even want to sign a contract or anything. It's the same thing he does when he does live stream videos or goes on platforms and other podcast channels. And they get mad when people sit and debunk his ass in it. It's on a public platform. Perhaps these people should be putting up privately. When you choose to go out and be a public figure, you're subjected to criticism and scrutiny. It is what it is. I have to catch dumb comments in my chat all the time. Some of which I read and laugh at, some of which I just ignore and keep living. It is what it is. But the idea that someone owes him permission for his likeness that he volunteered, and even when she said sign this contract, he didn't want to do that either. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up.
Africanism. You do not have permission to release any clips or trailers that depict the image of Dr. Umar or his related brands. You already posted a trailer without my permission. You are a deceitful, disrespectful, and unprofessional liar. I will see you in court.
Now, according to her, when a movie is filmed, they have a copy of the movie, but obviously you can't email something that large. It is not uploaded, like to no cloud. And also the format in which the film is in, like the theaters have it in a specific format, so the theaters can't even email it to you because the format they have is something that's needed. So like they could play it in every theater, right? So Umar Johnson couldn't get a link to it, and she kind of felt sketched out that he was asking for a link to it directly, opposed to just coming in person and watching it, or her FaceTiming him and showing him the entire movie as they're watching it. But he wanted to be in possession of the full link, and she kind of felt sketched out about it. Now, here's where you begin to kind of realize that maybe this was premeditated by Umar Johnson. He never signed the contract, even though everything in the contract was things that Umar Johnson agreed upon and told her directly he wanted. But the contract was sitting in his inbox for months, and he purposely never signed it, and he knew he never signed it because the minute she brought up a contract, he already had that trump card. No, I ain't signed no contract, right? So here,
yeah, because he thinks that signing something, it's the only way. No. contract per se or contract implied. And I'm not big on just, verbal contracts. But if there's a contract implied, it can still uphold, in a court of law. So even if it's not signed and there's some things you agree to where there's a general consensus that you said and agreed to this with another party, like him being in this film or wanting this film to be made, because he didn't have to say any of that. He could have just left her alone. Of all the independent filmmakers on earth, why did he pick Marianne Lorient? What was the factors that caused Umar to go down a list of independent filmmakers and say, this is the person I want to make my documentary? What were the factors that he considered with this? Because it seems like he was going for someone that he thought was vulnerable and he thought would just be his flunky. He thought that was, going to let him do what he wanted to do. Because Umar, you Oompa Loompa. That's what it sounds like. Y'all let the comments fly. It's okay. Kale says dumb stuff all the time. Child, please. Just let the comments fly. It's good. But he picked Marianne Lorient because obviously he thought there was some level of weakness in her. And then she proved his ass wrong. And she tried to do it the right way. Once again, someone with good intentions are going to do things the right way. But this is how he handles business. He doesn't even want to have things in writing and sign to it because he thinks, well, if I didn't sign it, I'm not obligated to it. But you're trying to make demands on something that would be addressed in a contract. That's how stupid he is. You can't make this up.
Here's where things break down. So Umar Johnson then begins to ask them for money. So Umar Johnson says, hey, I don't like nothing about this. I don't want to do no revenue split no more. Give me $500,000 for the film. Or, we can negotiate a number for some upfront money. But it was never about no upfront money.
No.
Because
be safe.
Like he specifically told her, I don't even want money, queen. All right. Just make the project and then we'll split it. But now he was demanding some upfront money for whatever damages he believed that he occurred during this filming process.
None. Threatened to take me to court for $500,000. I want y'all to listen carefully. He threatened to take me to court for $500,000. Now, when they put that on the table, the negotiation time, they want us to give a number. What number can you guys get from that $500,000? I will take it to my client. He would take that to Umar, and if Umar approved, or if he doesn't approve, Umar would give us a number, and then if we still are not cooperating to negotiate, they threaten to take the court. Honey, listen here. You hear me? So we're like, listen, please file the proper paperwork. And I hat off to TJ. File the proper paperwork with the Greater Cleveland Court. We will see you in court. We're not negotiating anything. Now, I'm not even going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be transparent. So the ghetto came out of me. I said, tell that chatty patty jazz that he's not getting a penny from me. And then he's like, Miss Lorient's going to have that kind of language. We're ending. I said, we've been ending it. There's no negotiation. This is how Umar rolls. So listen, I spent money for attorney. I had to give him another. That was the retainer fee. I had to give him more money because now we're preparing. These people are going to hit with paperwork to court. We're going to court. He's Umar Johnson. He has the fund to sue me. Okay. So when we called out his bluff, we never heard from his lawyer, never heard from him. He is a financial in the Black community. What he does, the time that he was connecting with me, he is intelligent. He was gathering data. He was studying his subject. He gave me two options. The first option is you won't spend your money. You're going to make this a finished product. And then I'm going to take it from you. I don't share the pie. I'm eating it alone. See, he ran up on me. I am not no dummy. I said, no, there was a contract. We had an understanding. You're not going to bully me. I'm not giving you the finished product.
Umar Johnson is a professional cap artist. So obviously Umar Johnson was not going to sue her. Umar Johnson was trying to scare her into relinquishing some paper to King consciousness, but she wasn't going for it. She actually became irate. And she even told Umar Johnson, okay, you want to play like this? Okay, let's play. Now she's a donator to Umar Johnson. She gave Umar Johnson $2,000. So she began to make her own threats to Umar Johnson.
Same way he gave you 2 options. Umar Johnson, you conscious. I'm giving you 2 options. Here's your option. For 2023, my time frame with you is 7 years. The perfect number, my number, that's God's number. 7 years. Your first option. And I'm still keeping hope alive. If FDMG open, I will show up at the grand opening with receipt in hand because I got a cashier check. I'm so emotional. Let me calm down and get my thoughts. I got a cashier check. I contributed towards your vision. I believe in the concept of.
For him to even describe this as her just being irate, as if it's not justified, it's disturbing to me. It's disturbing to me. Man, sometimes you just gotta like call people out on things. It is disturbing that he thinks that she's just being irate to be irate, as if she's not justified in this. There's even such a thing called righteous anger. The Bible says be slow to anger. It doesn't say do not ever get angry. Be slow to anger. The actions that come behind that anger. It is unrealistic for even God himself to say, I don't expect you to be angry. It says be slow to anger. Be slow on how you carry out and execute that anger. The actions that follow that. And for him to just say this like, oh, she got so irate. What do you mean? So Poetik Flakko, I guess, will be paying Umar Johnson's court and attorney fees in this class action lawsuit. Is that what I'm hearing? I think that's what I'm hearing. Yeah, I'm hearing Poetik Flakko is going to be paying Umar Johnson's court and attorney's fees. You know, because he kissed his ass all these years either way. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. All right, cool. So Poetik Flakko is paying attorney's fees for Umar Johnson, because that's what I just heard.
The village. I was part of the team that made the dream work. You understand? So I'm going to show up receipts. If he would lie that day, him and I, we both going to be at 6 o'clock. Because you know what? There's consequences to your action. I'm coming ready for him. And the second option he had, the same way, I didn't go to my first bank institute. I have 2 primary. Not I didn't go to Wells Fargo. Okay, I went to Huntington Bank. The same way, willingly. You didn't put a gun in my hand. Yes, willingly. I gave you that contribution for FDMG. Your option is you're gonna give me my money back. You're gonna go to your finance institute and give me my money back. And I'm giving you the choice to give it back. Just like I said, you're gonna say that. I don't care about no other donor. But if there's no school, you're gonna defecate or you're gonna vomit me my money back.
It starts to get now. Finally, we got through that. Now let's get to the good part. Okay, here's where it begins to get really bad for Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson didn't run her money back fast enough. So she began to drop videos on Umar Johnson. She began to reveal certain things that Umar Johnson didn't want out.
Finally, we got through that. Oh, what a clown Poetik Flakko is. Let me tell you something, little boy. Marianne Lorian had every right to be upset. Umar hit her with a slap suit for $500,000. I don't expect you to know what a slap suit is. So I'll give you the acronym and you can look it up. SLAPP. You know. When you've had your head up Umar's ass for so many years, this is what it's like to pull your head out of somebody's ass. He even had to do a shirt and tie for this video. I guess he wants people to believe that he's serious about, I'm finally pulling my head out of Umar's ass. No longer will his cheeks be up under Umar's nutsack. You can't make this up. No more glazing the Shango stick. No more sitting here making threats to essay a woman because she said something about Umar and Umar didn't like it. That's some punk shit. That's some punk ass shit. Marianne, don't worry. Whatever you feel like you can't say, I'll say it for you. Some clown punk shit. To merely threaten to essay someone. Because Umar, the Oompa Loompa, is mad about words. It is deplorable. The depths to hell that they reached. And he says, oh, okay, we got to get past that.
During the filming process, Umar Johnson asked her to get a white woman to be in the movie. Not only did he want a white woman to be in the movie, he wanted the white woman to be bare-chested in the nude. And he wanted the white woman to press her breast up against his chest, right? And he wanted a scene where she comes and she tries to seduce him and she pressed her breast up against his chest. And he says, no, I'm a king of Pan-African. I can't do this. So like she has messages of Umar Johnson fantasizing about this white woman doing things to him in his movie. Now, I think Umar Johnson was using this movie as a veil, right, to do things with that white woman that he knows he can no longer do in private, right? So she begins to release embarrassing things about Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson eventually says, bruh, this chick is going hard, man. She's doing interviews with Lennon Honor, a couple of my enemies, man. She's going crazy. I can't do this. So then he eventually begs her to stop. She doesn't stop. So then his lawyer contacts her and said, hey, listen, we've had enough, okay? We want to settle. Umar Johnson then writes her a check for over $60,000 to stop her from releasing all the information she has on him.
The reason I wanted to come out to make this video is because I received a check as a settlement from Dr. Umar Johnson. During the week, I received an email, and the email was not claiming to sue me. It was from his attorney, a Cleveland law firm, which has a sister firm and where he's from, Philly. So they reached out. They wanted to have a dialogue. They wanted to give me a form of payment for my hardship that I dealt with Dr. Umar, for my donation, and then for my therapy. What I did say I went to therapy in one of the videos, so they did their homework pretty fairly. They wanted to reimburse me for that. And he wanted to move forward and not have me make disparaging video about him anymore. Okay, so I'm saying, I'm like, disparaging video? I don't understand. Can you elaborate on that, Ms. Sonia? You're getting on your YouTube video, you're saying he's dating outside his race, which is factual. He doesn't date outside his race. I said, okay, so we're having a dialogue. Let me put some clarification. No, we don't need. I said, you're going to allow me to speak, sir. You're going to allow me to have clarification.
First of all, how do you prove that someone does not date outside their race other than them saying that they don't do it? How will he prove that? One person can't just say, oh, I don't date outside my race. So you gave a provable false statement when you said that. Because that is what defamation is defined to be by law. You're giving false statements that are provably false, meaning you have evidence to prove that it's false. What evidence will Umar be able to prove that he does not date white women? That he does not date outside of his race? That would imply he would have to give a list of every single woman on earth he's ever dated, he's ever been close to marrying, no matter where he was all over the world, since he's been old enough to date. What is the feasibility of him bringing that type of evidence? I'll wait, Umar. Unless you are prepared to provide a list of names of every single woman with their contact information where we can verify that you have ever dated, so that we can see this person and see that there's someone that is in the race or outside of the race. You can't say that is a provable false statement. You would have no way to prove with evidence that is provably false. It's that simple. So how else would he be able to prove that? She could say, well, Your Honor, based on what he demanded in this film, that, you know, he lied about me, you know, him paying for it financially and covered because he didn't pay for nothing. And then tried to force me to not put the movie out. And then threatened me with a lawsuit if I did. And now he wants me to not make more films that involve videos that he may or may not be in. You know, because behind the scenes films are behind the scenes. Some he may be in, some he may not be in. But now he wants to dictate me being a filmmaker. And he's saying that I made a provable false statement about him dating outside the race. I gave my opinion based on his actions and the words that he said the request that he made about wanting to do a scene with a white woman where he is touching up against this woman's bare breast. And somehow he's upset at me saying, obviously he dates white women then. So the average reasonable person hearing that would believe that if he's willing to do a scene where he is in that physical contact in that manner with someone outside of his race, with a Caucasian woman, and he doesn't seem to have a problem with it up front, then how can he prove that is false when someone says, based on that, one can assume and opine that he dates white women? We're going based on the actions and the words of what he said in his movie. He's saying, oh, all of that is provably false when you say, I date outside my race. That's a false statement. How would you prove that to be false again? See, here's where her attorneys could have challenged his attorneys when it came down to the discovery. So I expect your client to bring evidence on every woman he's ever dated to prove that these women are not outside of the race. And we need to be able to verify and contact these women and every woman he's ever dated or had any interaction with, even of a sexual nature. So if he wants to sit here and say that, which is absurd, he would have to be completely transparent, which is something he is incapable of doing because he's a pathological liar. He would have to prove that statement to be false with evidence. He wouldn't be able to do that because it would involve him having to tell us every woman he's ever been involved with or dated or had any sexual encounters with from the earliest age of him doing this until present day, until they go to court. What is the likelihood of him producing that type of discovery to try to prove that statement false? Aside from him just saying, I don't date outside my race. He could be lying saying that. So how does that make it provably false? This is how ignorant and stupid Umar and his attorneys are. They're buffoons. That would be a daunting task. They would never be able to prove that. But they wanted to sit here and to keep her from making films because he found it to be disparaging. That's his opinion. The videos speak for themselves. So whatever goes on in the video is what we take out of it. It's what we interpreted from that. Whatever we're to see and whatever message we're to get out of these so-called videos, it would be based on our perception of what we see. For him to say, oh, it's disparaging, is based on his opinion. But he would have to prove that they're disparaging in court. Once again, Umar and his attorneys are morons. He wouldn't even be able to prove that. We have yet to see these videos. So how do we know? How would the average reasonable person or the judge or the jury know that they're actually disparaging? We would have to see them. So why does his attorneys get to sit here and dictate these videos being disparaging once again? It shouldn't be simply because Umar said so. We don't give a damn what he says. He's a pathological liar. He needs to prove they're disparaging. That's how that works. Marianne should not have to worry about not putting out film and content because Umar wants to claim everything to be disparaging. Make his ass prove that in court. He's a clown. Umar, you're a whole clown, you oompa loompa.
I said, first of all, I was gracious and I was kind. All I said on that YouTube video, he wanted to see with a Caucasian woman. I said, but I took my phone because we were having the Zoom meeting on my laptop, on my Apple laptop. So I took my phone on block and I sent a text. Bleep. It went beep. I said, that beep you hear next to him, that's me texting him his own message, which is his acting number, his own message. I said, in that message, this is from Dr. Umar. He told me, Queen, this is how we're going to do this scene. I'm going to be bare-chested. This woman's going to have exposed breasts and she's going to be pressing against my chest. I don't know if he thought I was doing a porn video because we told him a feature film. But moving along, and they're like, well, we don't need. I said, well, I'm going to finish. Whether you want to hear it or not, I'm going to finish. I said, that's what he wanted. And then the scene, I'm going to break it down to you, family. The scene was for him to go, he came to his senses because he had a moment of weakness. This is him typing all this garbage to me. He came to his weakness because he had a moment of weakness, and he's gonna go, no, I am a Pan-African leader. I can't stoop to this level. Black queen forever, snow bunny never, and I'm gonna throw her off the bed. This is what he wanted to incorporate in the movie. And I said, no, we're having this dialogue. We're gonna give you 68,600. I left the check up there. I haven't even cashed the check yet. Your check is up there. But what I did do, I sent a copy of that check to Honor, because I promised Honor, when I get paid, I would return back on this show, and then I would do let the people know I got my money back.
By the way, it doesn't stop here. But do you know the amount of information this woman must have to where Dr. Umar Johnson has been getting people making videos about him on the internet for a while now. For Umar Johnson to tell her, hey, man, here's $68,600, so you don't release the information you have on me? Yo, there has to be some terrible things that she is in possession of. I don't know Umar Johnson to be the type of man to give $68,000 of anything to anybody. So she gets the check for $68,000, right? But here's where all Umar Johnson did was just open up the rabbit hole. She then took that money and funded a class action lawsuit against Umar Johnson for the FDMG donation. So she donated $2,000 to Umar Johnson, right? She was able to gather about 40 other people who was on this lawsuit against Umar Johnson, and they funded it. And the lawsuit has finally got approved to move forward. Not only is there a lawsuit going on, but they have, I believe, like a law firm has also agreed to investigate Umar Johnson to figure out if he did anything unethical or illegal, and they're going to forward it to prosecutors to hopefully get some type of investigation going and get him prosecuted.
All the participants, like I said, received a notice today. Plaintiff donors versus Janine Schumack, known as celebrity name Dr. Umar Johnson. This is now an official court matter. It's 40 of us. Now, the reason I'm part of it, yes, I did get a settlement, but they're using all my donation money to show that I was a supporter who did give donation. And then for the others, they all submitted copies of every cent that they gave to FTMG, and to show that they never also received any receipt. So a letter from the attorney that's representing the party of 40 will be sent to him to show good faith that we're willing to sit down and to give him a chance to give an explanation to why this school hasn't been open, or when will this school be open, and then to give explanation on how the donation money is used. Is it being used appropriately for what the donor has given the money for? The step was like to start collecting evidence, which means that we were all supposed to retrieve, like get every single proof of the money that went. And then their legal team, they obtained a lot of videos of him saying the school's going to be open, but the school has never been open. That's also an evidence to see why he's saying the school hasn't been open. So, and they sent this to us. Let me read it on for you guys. Sorry, I should know a little bit more prepared. Our job.
Yeah, that class action lawsuit is definitely warranted, because Umar played around for many years, not wanting to show any proof of how he was spending donors' money. You know, when you go on videos, Umar saying, I don't owe anybody any answers. Okay. That's your F around and found out moment. That right there is when it became a issue of, okay, fine, F around and find out. You don't think you owe us any money? Okay, cool. F around and find out. You don't owe us an explanation on how you spend our money? Okay. F around and find out. That's what that is. Because see, you being allegedly a 501c3, even though I haven't seen any evidence on this, and you're just taking people's money and it's going straight to your PayPal and your Cash App, you haven't shown any evidence that there is a separate account for FDMG, the school, under the FDMG LLC. No business account, no proof of any of these things. And then you get in a video and say that any account that may or may not exist was frozen along with your personal bank account because of reasons. No one even knows what this other account, like this FDMG account, is for. Like, what bank is it with? No one knows any of this stuff. So you want to sit here and say, oh, I don't owe anybody an explanation or receipts. I don't owe accountability to anyone. Okay, cool. So go to court, tell the judge and the jury that if you decide you just don't want to settle and you want to go all the way through this, good. Also, they'll be telling the judge that you were giving out counseling sessions in your mama's closet in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I already told you to stop doing that dumb crap because it's illegal. They even gave you the law that you were violating every time you walked around saying you were a certified school psychologist. Guess whose videos they're going to pull up to look at that, Umar? Guess whose? Guess whose video? You're welcome. He's a clown.
Is to solve this case. You all have submitted the proper document of what happened, what each party contributed to the known school at PMG. Putting the information in the hands of people who can investigate and who can bring appropriate prosecution. It is advised to not reach out to we're not allowed to reach out to Umar.
This is how they got Diddy. This is exactly how they got Diddy. The lawsuit happens, investigation takes place, they find any type of...
What the hell is he talking about? Diddy was captured on a video camera in the hallway of a hotel beating a woman up. What's wrong with this boy? Diddy is exactly where he belongs. He was indicted criminally, and he was found guilty of a charge, and he landed in prison for that time frame. And didn't even get the full sentence. You can't make this stuff up. You know, when these idiots stop walking around thinking people are, entitled to give them things, or they somehow believe that the world owes them something, the better off they will be. This is how they got Diddy. What are you saying? Cassie filed a lawsuit, and then there were criminal charges filed in a criminal matter that went through the proper court, where a jury found him guilty of 2 charges and not guilty of a few others. That's it. The sentencing guy says he goes to prison. He's exactly where he needs to be. It's that simple. I don't understand. Maybe Poetik Flakko is not an American citizen, but American citizens have the right to pursue matters in the court of law for a legal resolution. If there are criminal charges that come out of their investigation, there's evidence to show that criminal activity has occurred, they could take that to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor is the one that's going to bring forth the charges to the court. And it won't be done unless there's sufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. To say this is how they got somebody is saying, oh, well, this person should be able to do the dumb shit they do and get away with it all because reasons. Because for some reason, Umar should be getting away with not telling people how he spent millions of dollars. He's been raising for well over 11 to 14 years, knowing damn well he was never going to open a school because he never tried to do things the right way. However Umar goes down is how he goes down. He's already got it coming legally. He's violating a cease and desist order every time he asks for money for FDMG, and he is inside of the state of Pennsylvania. Even when he's in Wilmington, Delaware, the court documents say it is their responsibility and duty on behalf of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to ensure that this moron is following the law. If he does not have an active license or certificate to claim to be even a certified school psychologist, a degree is not enough, and he's not employed with a school, then he should not be conducting himself and using what's called regulated terms to give this false impression that he's a certified licensed doctor. The board was not playing with him when they told his ass to stop the first time, because laws are laws, facts are facts, and neither of those things care about how Umar Johnson feels or Poetik, Flakko, or anybody else. You can't make this stuff up.
For evidence of a crime, and they forward it to somebody to prosecute. The only legal obstacle here is Umar Johnson was getting donations. Now, these were not investors. These were people who donated. So, like, they're legal.
No. He's also violating a cease and desist order, collecting donations in Pennsylvania. Did he not know that existed, or is he going to be aloof? How much more aloof is this boy going to become? There's an entire cease and desist order that's still in effect that he is violating every time he opens his mouth to say, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal for FDMG. As a matter of fact, the court documents that we went over even says, even if he's not in Pennsylvania, he shouldn't be doing it. He's violating a cease and desist order, not a letter, an order. What are you talking about?
I guess entitlement to whatever Umar Johnson's building isn't really there. But Umar Johnson do have a legal nonprofit, right? That has, I guess, like tax exemption status. So he does have legal.
Where's his name on this FDMG LLC registration information? He's not listed as a registered agent or principal officer. Where's that documentation? What the fuck is going on with this kid? Is he for real? Yo. You can't make this stuff up. Is he for real? So Poetik Flakko has read nothing. Where's the proof that Umar is listed as the registered agent or the principal officer on the LLC itself for FDMG? Where is that evidence at? Because I looked it up. Maybe we overlooked something. You can't make this up. No, even outside of Pennsylvania. We went over the court documents. He's in Pennsylvania. Well, he lives with his mother in Pennsylvania. The school is supposed to be in Wilmington, Delaware. But when he was told to stop collecting donations, it was because he failed to provide some documentation and paperwork while it was still in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. However, that extends beyond, because see, when he's online doing this, he could be very well in Pennsylvania every single time. So when he's in Pennsylvania, let's just take the times he's in Pennsylvania. He is still asking for donations while he is located in the state of Pennsylvania, which would be a direct violation of that cease and desist order. And he's done it multiple times, even within the last 6 months. Every time he's at his mama's house in her closet, he's in Pennsylvania. And he's talking about hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal for FDMG. The school's still coming, blah, blah, blah. As opposed to him even trying to use a common sense, just a little bit of common sense. Umar, I'm not giving your flatulent ass any tips whatsoever. But if you were trying to be just a little smart and use a little common sense, you wouldn't even ask for money for the school. You would just say, can you all just send me a donation? You wouldn't even bring FDMG up. If you're inside of Pennsylvania, you would think you would be smart enough to say, I'm not asking for money for the school. I'm just asking for donations to help me out because I'm broke as hell and I'm unemployed. Because he's unemployed. But one would think he would avoid asking for money for FDMG while he's inside of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the entire state. He's not even smart enough to avoid that. Poetik Flakko has obviously ignored an entire cease and desist order where he's breaking that law every time he asks for money for FDMG in Pennsylvania. You can't make this up. It's so simple. Just read the cease and desist order. He's got the audience and the supporters where he could do a video and get that information out to the masses to pull up that cease and desist order and go over. And he won't even do that. There's nothing illegal going on here. You're a damn lie. You have no idea what's going on illegally. Or him sitting here purporting himself to be a certified school counselor or to be psychologizing someone, as he put it, or giving any advice as a counselor or even therapist when he's not licensed or certified to do it. This is unbelievable for him to sit here and ignore all of that illegality happening. Dear Lord. No, Poetik Flakko. Yeah, he's in Pennsylvania, though. He's supposed to be. Who knows? Who knows where he is now? Umar could be like halfway to hell and we wouldn't even know it. Because, he's homeless and all. Umar, you can kiss my ass. Don't nobody owe you nothing. You're a grown-ass man. You won't get a job.
Goal obligations to where he has to document everything. His 501(c) is public. And now he doesn't list himself as receiving any type of salary whatsoever. So if he is receiving a salary to run this nonprofit and he's taking money, but it's not being disclosed, well, that's a crime, right? That's something you...
If he's taking money that's from donors and he's using it for himself and no proof that it's going towards the school, even the IRS has a tax form you can fill out, a complaint you can do to say, we've asked for this idiot to give documentation that the money that we're contributing to this 501c3, to which we can't even find any connection to Umar Johnson with it, by the way. Registered agent, principal officer, we can't find anything with his name on it because he doesn't put his name on stuff. But yet, he claims that he has this LLC and he's raising money for it. If he can't even prove he's the registered agent or the principal officer of the FDMG LLC itself, the LLC, then he's asking people to give him money for him to put in his pocket. What the F is Poetik Flakko missing in this? It's very simple, Poetik Flakko. This is simple. This is very easy. Umar Johnson is taking money, proclaiming for it to be towards an LLC for a school, and he can't even prove that he's authorized to accept funds for that LLC. Are you following so far? And then he can't prove that the money that he's receiving is actually going towards the school because he doesn't have receipts. His name is not even on the deed for the buildings. Go figure. You can't make this up. So Poetik Flakko has read nothing, not a lick of documentation at all. And at the very least, you would think he would give Lennon Honor an apology video. Because that was some clown shit you did when you doxed this man and his wife and kids. Just get down, boy.
Got to deal with. But I think Umar Johnson knew something was coming.
Absolutely.
Umar Johnson gave this lady $68,000. $68,000. Right? Now, whatever she has, because Umar Johnson is used to getting exposed online, whatever she has to be pulled into where he's giving her $68,000. Diddy gave Cassie $20 million because Diddy understood whatever Cassie reveals could potentially get him in a lot of trouble. So Umar Johnson giving up $68,000 is equivalent to Diddy giving up $20 million. Right? But y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think, man? And if you're still watching this video and want to watch another good video,
you need to read a court order. You need to God almighty, you need to read that cease and desist order. You need to read those court documents when the board of psychology came for him and what they said in the final documentation as to how he should not be walking around saying that he's a certified psychologist of any kind, regardless of whether he's in Pennsylvania or not. Because that would be the standard across the board. He's certainly not licensed anywhere else. He's not licensed at all. And they went so far as to say that they would not even recommend that he gets licensed or certified because he keeps lying and perpetuating this false narrative as if he is. He just did a counseling session in his mama's closet around Thanksgiving. And then another one after a week later, 2 weeks later after that. And was bored out of his mind. And then was asking for money in the state of Pennsylvania to go towards FDMG with this cease and desist order still in effect. I mean, literally, I could point out 2 laws that it was broken right there. And the entire video is evidence of that. You can't make this up. This is ridiculous what he's just done. And you got over how many people watching this damn video? 152,000 people have seen this video where he provided no facts. Just recklessness. He's not a lawyer or an attorney, so he can't speak to the legality issue either. You can't make this stuff up, man. Oh, okay. Bye, Felicia. Is he done?
They click on this video here somewhere on my screen, somewhere here, or here.
Yeah, boy, bye. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up. I can't believe this. Like the willingness to sit here and do videos, get views, and you can't even pull up. Here's the cease and desist order. Umar violated this. He should not have been asking for money. Whether he thinks he's putting it to the school or not is irrelevant. He shouldn't even be collecting it inside of Pennsylvania. He should not be giving counseling sessions. He's not licensed and certified to do that. If he's not getting a salary from the school he claims he's opening, he can't prove that he works for a school. Therefore, he can't say he's a certified school psychologist either, because one of the legal requirements by state law is for him to be employed with the school. So you're combating your own argument you think you were making, Poetik Flakko. But because you haven't read the law on this stuff, you don't know. It's so ridiculous. Well, that was a headache. You still got these Ogoonie goons being full Ogoonie goons out here. Just Goonie clowns. You can't make this up. And they don't read shit. God. Boy, these 90 kids, boy, y'all, ooh, child. Ooh, child. Moving on. Here's the art of dialogue. Y'all. Oh, Lord. All that information being put out there, and it's not even factually based on anything. You can't make this stuff up. He owes Lynn an honor and apology because doxing is illegal. It's a cybercrime. You know, yet another law you should read, Poetik Flakko. You might want to start reading laws. It is illegal to dox someone. Harassment, bullying, being defamatory, all of that is illegal. And when I say defamatory, meaning it's provably false. You would have to prove it's false with evidence. Umar saying people are defaming me and they're slandering me. He would have to prove that. So unless he's going to tell us every single woman he's had an interaction with of any sort, that would be merely along the lines of dating, a relationship, a baby's mother, some female he wants to, marry, because he wants 2 wives now. He would have to tell us who all these women are just so we can see they're not outside of his race. He wouldn't be prepared to do that. Therefore, it's not defamatory to say from what he has said and what he has requested of wanting to do a love scene with a Caucasian woman, he seems to be very open-minded to dating Caucasian women. We have the right to make that opinion, Umar, because you're a clown. It's the same. He would not be able to produce the evidence to make it provably false. That's the point. It's God. Who child? These kids nowadays don't read nothing. Redemption said his hot takes are always rife with nonsense. Let's see here. Is it I teach? If he was sent a C&D and the sending officials have not been bothered to enforce the order, then maybe an intel agency placed a pause on the C&D. No, there's no pause on it. It's still active. because I did check. When I reported on it, that's the first thing I did. Wanted to make sure it was still valid and in effect. So when it was effectuated, there has not been anything in place to set the order aside or to vacate the order. There's been no hearings or anything. As a matter of fact, I encourage people to file a complaint that he's violated it. And that way the agency can take that complaint, file a motion or petition to seek sanctions for violations of the order to the court. These orders, these cease and desist orders are enforceable in court too. So if anything, complaints should be filed so that they could take this. Okay, we see the evidence, we see the videos. He's still doing this dumb stuff. Got it. And then they take it to court, file a petition to enforce the order and to seek violations for penalties for violation of the order itself. And he treats it like it's a letter, like it's a formality. Umar doesn't care. He thinks he's above the rule of law. That's what's so crazy. Shell said Tavares Tart. Manny says, Poetik, did you give Umar man jaw love? Who knows? BB says he is not up to date at all. Not at all. It's just a Google search. Facts on facts. Left my ass off. This dude can't read. They want him to be doctor so bad it seems like truth to them. Exactly. I don't even call Umar, like, I don't give him that title doctor at all. Y'all notice that. I've never said that. So I say he's not a doctor. Never been. Umar, I got your dissertation from Peacock. I will keep getting them if you keep lying about degrees. I told you that, you clown. You can't make this up. You don't sit here and be a public figure? Okay, well then you're subjected to the scrutiny of it. It's not always going to be peaches and roses, Umar. No one owes you that. You get a job first. How about that? You start with getting a job. You can make this up. And take care of your kids. Then why is he so confident with lying? Like he knows he can get away with it because he might be a agent of discord. Probably. Umar seems like he's one of those ones where he's easily paid off by anybody. It don't matter who it is. Art of Dialogue, thumbs down. Is it bad? Is it bad? I haven't seen these yet. Some sucks-ish. If you aren't going to answer any questions about FDFGs, then you shouldn't be allowed to ask for donations either. Exactly. Umar knows that he can't show expenses, receipts, or anything. Vendor invoices, none of that. Where's James Miller? Y'all, James Miller never sent me those vendor invoices. You know, because he's a clown. He never sent me those vendor invoices, anything he said he was going to email to me. Never sent them. But Umar, that means Umar can't produce any of these receipts either. And the fact that he cannot produce these receipts is what he's going to get effed up about. When the IRS says, here's a complaint you can fill out. If a 501c3 is just taking your money and saying that it's for this purpose and they're not doing that, the IRS will initiate a complaint. So I think the attorneys, you know, just kind of working alongside of what the IRS is already doing, it should be the least of your worries, Umar. The IRS is what you should be pee-peeing your pants over. Umar, if you want to sit here and get mad about something, yeah, you should be mad at yourself about putting yourself in a situation where you've pissed off at least 40 people who probably all filed those IRS complaints against you as well. You know, they locked up Al Capone and he murdered people. You can't make this up, y'all. Great show. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Let's get to this right here. This master of art of dialogue, whatever this is. Umar breaks his silence on Nicki Minaj. Oh, God. He got something to say about this? All right, let's go. Put a one in the chat where you can see in here.
Dr. Umar, man. Happy to have you back. It's been a while, man. I mean, I haven't had you on here in a while, man.
Yes, sir. Peace and Pan-Africanism has been 6 months. Christmas Day would make 6 months.
Yeah, man. It's been forever, man, since me and you did an interview. But, you know, we here now. It's a lot of what I ask you and get your take on. Nicki Minaj, how you feel about the backlash she getting right now?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You know, Nicki Minaj I have always felt, in my opinion, is one of the most lyrically gifted female hip hop artists that we've had this century. Very talented artist. As you know, she used to date Meek Mill at one point. And, you know, he's a phenomenal artist. And her lyrics were not far behind his in terms of quality. So she's a very talented artist, very talented musician, a very beautiful woman. When I saw her interview with Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk's widow, it almost blew my mind because I was not aware that she had joined the Donald Trump bandwagon. So this past Sunday, December the 21st, she was in Phoenix, Arizona. It was Turning Point's USA Amerifest conference. So this is the conservative think tank, foundation, organization, and movement that Charlie Kirk helped to co-found. So she was interviewed by his widow, Erica Kirk, for about 30 minutes. And some of the stuff that Nicki Minaj said out of her mouth left me flabbergasted. She said things like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance were heroes, that they were role models for our children. She said that when they speak, she can tell that they're speaking for us, that they make us feel proud to be American. She said that they have given us a chance to beat the bad guys and win.
The 40 people are recognized game is asked, who are the 40 people where it's a class action lawsuit? So based on what we saw in Marianne Lawrence's video, the court documents are not up and available yet because I would have already did a formal reading. I'm actually going to do that as soon as they are available. But there are 40 people. They weren't named. They were just kind of grouped as complainants or donors. It's a class action. So I don't even know. I have to look and see if they, I would assume they must be named, but I'm sure they're going to have the list of all of the petitioners named in the actual court document. She just read the title of it and stated that she received it. Umar's definitely going to be served that. And we're waiting for the actual court documents to be made available to the public. So it might be a situation where either Lennon on them, myself, Marianne, somebody post up the actual court documents and may have to get them from the court. If that be the case, that costs. I mean, the courts can make things available to the public. It doesn't mean it has to be for free. So it would cost money to get them directly from the court. But they can't be retrieved from the court unless it's placed under seal, which I highly doubt. So once it's available, we're reading them. That's it. It's pretty much what we're waiting for. But I'm surprised it's not more, because more people have given money to him, and it's high time for people to stop being scared of him. Umar is not. He's a clown. He's no one to be scared of. Days to be safe. Have a good one. Nobody cares about that art. months. I know, right? Blah blah blah. Days take care. He's a clout chaser. Dumb topics. Like he's talking about Nicki Minaj and stuff, but he's not talking about FDMG, the school. Like every time he does a podcast now, he goes out of his way to avoid talking about the school. Goes out of his way. So it's crazy. I think he's supposed to be going up to the Breakfast Club again next month, which will be absolutely ridiculous. If they're not going to ask hard-hitting questions about the school, it's like, why is he here? That's kind of my whole thing. We hear him talk about this in his live streams. But the idea should be get some answers. Ask questions and get answers. And because Umar acts like he has no spine and he's too delicate to answer simple questions, then what's the point? You're paying him to come on your show, and for what? Look how he's dressed and acting. Y'all, he look like he's stuffed with a turkey and dressing. Can't make this out. Oh, dear Lord. He's so disinterested with this weird ass jacket on. He done stuffed himself in this jacket, y'all. It's so tight.
She also said something to the effect that really bothered me. Nicki Minaj said, it's not just that, and I'm paraphrasing, I want to try to get it correct, but she said something to the effect that it's not just that we tell Black children to feel proud of themselves, but it's like we're doing that. And at the same time, we're telling other children not to feel proud of themselves. And so I guess she was alluding to this false narrative that the conservatives are putting out there, that teaching Black children Black history and teaching white children the true history of America is somehow going to make white children feel bad about themselves. That bothered me because she's a Black woman, or at least I thought she was. She clearly has Black children. So are you saying you don't mind your children growing up in a society where they cannot be taught Black history or the true history of America because some people feel it offends the self-esteem of white children? And this is so hypocritical, Art, because we've been in America 400 years at least under British North American control. And look at how the self-esteem and self-worth and self-value of Black children has been and continues to be compromised for the benefit of the white child. And yet you're telling me that to implement a curriculum of corrective history where you're not insulting white people, you're not denigrating white people, you're simply making sure white children understand that the foundation of this country was laid and built and cemented on the genocide of Native Americans and the enslavement of African people. And not just the enslavement of African people, the dehumanization of African people. What a lot of people don't get, Art, is that although the United States of America was somewhat late to the international slave trade, even though they joined it rather late, the Portuguese had already been in it. The Swedes had already been in it. The British had already been in it. The Roman Catholic Church had already been in it. America was kind of late to the party. But once America got involved in the transatlantic slave trade, what we call the Ma'afa in African culture and in the conscious community, the Ma'afa, even though America was late, America would soon dominate the transatlantic slave trade. I don't think people understand, Art. Many of the streets and back roads of America were created so that they could traffic.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding your question here. Should we be mad at who asking what question? I'm gonna just, for full disclosure, for those who are new, I'm apolitical. That I don't lean to left or right because God will not be asking me about who I voted for on Judgment Day. And Democrats nor Republicans pay my bills or buy groceries or pay my rent or anything like that. So I believe in having beauty and the freedom of speech is not being beholden to one party over the other. Quite frankly, I believe we should have more than two because get to a point where it's too polarizing. However, I'm not sure what you mean by being mad about something. I wouldn't be mad either way. Umar takes this as if Nicki Minaj was talking to him, and no one even cares that he's walking the earth right now, apparently. That's on her level. I don't know why he thinks that Nicki Minaj will even come second to Meek Mill. And we're talking about the same Meek Mill who allowed his cheeks allegedly to get clapped by Diddy. So, quite frankly, she can stand on her own when it comes to lyricism and all of that. Her going on to AmFest, whether anyone agrees with it or not, she had the right to go. They invited her. She went there. It is what it is. Now, he's speaking in terms of, her saying something about a curriculum and all these things, but yet, he doesn't have a school. So, stuff like this, to me, it just shows and proves that Umar's a clown. He can't even get a school open. So he wants to speak on issues regarding a curriculum. But yet, when he was asked to produce a curriculum, he got mad and upset about it, because he knows he doesn't want to do that. So if he's not going to create a curriculum and put it together and put it out to the public to see what this school curriculum would look like, then what the hell is he complaining about, to be honest? That's how I see it. Until Umar produces an actual curriculum to show what the kids are going to be learning in this fictitious school in his mind that was never going to come to fruition. Why is he even talking about a curriculum? He's not competent enough to even create one himself. That's kind of how I see it with this. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I just ask that you guys stay respectful of it. If you don't want to talk to politics on this, you don't have to, because it doesn't have to be political. Think about it from the stance of what these kids would be learning if he were to open the school up. And he's getting upset at whatever Nicki Minaj said when he can't even produce a curriculum. So, him running his mouth is just all that he's doing. But he's got bigger fish to fry. He needs to be worried about that class action lawsuit. Umar need to be worried about this class action lawsuit. Not worried about, why is somebody saying something about not bashing somebody? Like, it's like, dude, you can't even, first of all, I don't know if he's jealous that these women not giving him attention because he wants a woman to take care of him. Let's be honest about this. Umar doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to take care of himself or his children. He wants a woman to take care of him. And it's like he's not getting this attention from all these people that got a lot of money that I guess he thought he would be getting attention from because he's not hot shit. So no one cares about what he's doing. And Nicki Minaj will never care about what he has to say. She'd probably laugh at this if she would have seen it. Then she'll turn around and say, when is he going to open that school again? And he wouldn't be able to say. So lip service is all he's giving, where he still doesn't brush his teeth. Umar, you're a clown. He's such a clown. All right, y'all, let's get back to it.
Black people during the domestic slave trade. A lot of people don't understand that. When you see these small streets in front of big streets and all of your 13 colonies and subsequent states that joined the Union as slave territories, those small streets are in back of the large streets were created so you could sneak the slaves in the alleyway and traffic them in the alley and sell them in the alleyway. So
yeah, thank you for clarifying for that. Okay, he said, my bad, I meant the interviewer not asking about the school. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We're all these podcasters are, completely being a disservice. And I'm sure Umar's telling them, well, I don't want to talk about the school, so don't ask me any questions by FDMG. Before he even gets on a plane or go wherever he goes to be on their show, he probably tells them up front he doesn't want to talk about the school. But yes, it is irritating, especially to those who have given money and donated and contributed to the school, where he talks about everything but the school. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why these 40 people have been prompted to file this class action lawsuit, because they're not getting any answers. They're not getting any information out of him. And when they ask, of course, he gets an attitude and throws a temper tantrum like, a 5-year-old child in a candy aisle. And he gets upset about that. So that's one of the reasons why this class action lawsuit is absolutely necessary, even if discovery is compelled out of him or he's forced to say he doesn't have the evidence, which is what I'm sure he's going to say often. Your Honor, my client does not have the evidence to produce this. My client does not have that evidence. My client does not have receipts. My client does not have vendor invoices. He doesn't have that information. The only thing they might be able to get, probably through a subpoena, are all the transactions from PayPal and from Cash App as far as they can go under the different aliases or the profile names that he used to create those PayPal and Cash App accounts. And any other method that he collected money for. So if he used 3 or 4 different platforms to collect money, however far back they can go, I'm sure that the attorney's office representing the petitioner is going to get a subpoena to get that information, because it speaks directly to, how he collected this money, and then where did it go after he collected it? It went to his personal accounts that had nothing to do with it, FDMG. So, I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of money laundering coming out of this. I mean, he's definitely misappropriating funds here, but I wouldn't be shocked if they were able to discover some evidence that, showed something like that. But otherwise, Umar doesn't have any evidence or anything. He has nothing to say about the school. He doesn't care. He never meant to, he was never going to open it. And now people are like, okay, well, hell, what did you do with all the money? Of course, he's spending it on himself, but he's going to be forced to have to show that and prove that. Or he's going to be forced to have to say he never kept the evidence. He never had receipts. And he spent the money. And that's, something he's not going to want to admit on his own. So it's going to take the power of the court to do it. That's what you're looking at, Umar, you clown. He's such a Oompa Loompa.
For example, we're in Philadelphia. In Philadelphia, you have Market Street, you have Broad Street. Those are your two major streets. You also have other major streets, but you have a lot of small streets. And sometimes when you go down these streets, your car can barely fit down these streets. And you say, well, why would they make a street this small? They did not make the street for the car. They made the street for the slave wagon. They made the street for the slave couple. The streets were made long enough, large enough, just so the slaves could be trafficked down them. A lot of people don't even know that the layout of many of America's major cities that were slave states, that existed in slave states, those cities were laid out to benefit and accommodate the domestic slave trade. Because after 1808, 1808 is when America outlawed the international slave trade. They did not outlaw slavery. They just outlawed the importation of Africa.
He's such an idiot. Umar, how does that explain any streets that were developed after 1865? When the proclamation was signed, the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, how do you explain any roads or streets that were developed after that? Because it wouldn't be for a slave trade, remember? What is he talking about? Roads were a concept years ago, even if they were just called pathways. The buffoonery. It's the buffoonery of it all. He literally just said streets were made for slavery. Never mind all the streets and roads that were designed and created after slavery. You can't make this up.
Is when America outlawed the international slave trade. They did not outlaw slavery. They just outlawed the importation of Africans. So from 1804 until 1865, how did they get more slaves in America if you couldn't ship them in? They moved to a domestic slave trade, which means what? It means that they had to birth and create their own domestic slave system. And this is where you get the breeding farms. This is where you get the breeding farms where they would get a dozen.
Because all those midget horses had to have a mommy and a daddy.
Black women, one black man, and his job was to keep those black women impregnated constantly. They were called the bitches.
Yeah, it's something you shouldn't be doing because you can't afford them or you don't care. All right, either way, he doesn't take care of his own kids, y'all. You can't make this up, but he wants 2 wives because of reasons. What is he talking about?
And he was called the buck. And unfortunately, we still refer to each other in those same pejorative terms. We call our women bitches, and we call the men bucks or the N-word. We use the same term.
Didn't he dog out Lene Stacks? He did. He dogged out Lene Stacks. Dogs out his baby's mothers. He dogs out his own daughters. He tried to go after females that criticized him. Poetik Flakko said he was going to essay one of them. The F he talking about?
Terminology on each other that they used on us. So getting back to the Nicki Minaj situation, what bothers me about my sister, and I still love and respect her, and I'm going to hope that she engages in some corrective behavior, because this is insane. This is absolutely insane to see.
Hypocrisy. Oh, it's the hypocrisy. Umar, you are the biggest, fattest, hypocritical oath to sit on a couch. You can't make this up. With this hoodie on that's too little and too tight. Why does it not go all the way up past his wrist? This hoodie, the sleeve doesn't even come up to his wrist. I mean, you can't make this up. What is he sitting here talking? Oh, some correctives. No, she didn't. What does she have to correct? Umar, start with yourself. Show receipts of how you spent money that you've been receiving for 15 years in the name of some school you claim you were going to open. Because see, Nicki Minaj is not saying she's going to open a school up and never did it in 15 years. You did. I'm not even trying to defend her. I'm just saying the obvious. This is coming from someone that said he was going to open up a school for 15 years and never did it. Good grief.
Such a talented, beautiful Black woman build her career through Black culture by way of the hip hop movement, become a multimillionaire, one of the top selling artists of this century, and to use Black culture to build your career and then turn around and use the platform that was created through Black culture and hip hop. And now you're going to use your platform and your prominence within our culture to work against the progress of Black people by joining Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Erica Kirk, Turning Point USA against the best interests of Black people. It's bothersome. And the issue about this art is, to me, this is the Candace Owens effect. This is the Candace Owens effect. What did Candace Owens do? Back in 2007, Candace Owens and her parents, along with the NAACP in Stamford, Connecticut, sued Candace Owens' school district because Candace Owens was receiving threats from some of her white schoolmates. They were calling her racist names. They were leaving racist voicemails, sexist voicemails. There was threats against Candace Owens, and the school district in Stamford, Connecticut sat by and did nothing. So Candace Owens and her parents, with the NAACP's help, rightfully sued the Stamford, Connecticut School Board, I believe it was, to a tune of $37,500. So you have Candace Owens, a Black woman, another very articulate, intelligent, attractive Black woman, just like Nicki Minaj, who benefited from civil rights, okay, and used those civil rights that our ancestors.
She's not intelligent. Like you, Umar, she grifts and cons people out of money while presenting no facts and lies like hell. Now, I'm sure you are cool with her lying like hell on any and everything that under the sun. Be reminded, she would never give you the time of day. It's like he wants these women to pay him some attention because they got money. Because he gets mad when these women aren't giving him attention. They're not responding back to him. They could care less that he walks his earth. I'm trying to tell you. And he called this girl intelligent. She's being sued for defamation by the president of another country because she too lies like hell. You can't make this up. And I don't condone anybody being harassed. But Candace has now become the bully that harasses others, whether they're Black or white. So is he going to speak on her going after Kimberly Klacik? Or any other beautiful Black articulate woman that actually is intelligent? Is Umar going to do that? Is Umar going to put his foot on Candace's neck when she goes after other Black, intelligent, and articulate, beautiful Black women? Is he going to do that? Because I don't think he gives a shit. What y'all think? You really think Umar cares about the stuff he's talking about right now? Because I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares one bit. 1 in the chat if you think he cares. 2 in the chat if you don't think he cares at all. 3 in the chat if you're saying, Lady Luck Club, why the hell are you asking us this stupid ass question? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Umar actually cares about the stuff he's saying here. 2 in the chat if you're saying no, he doesn't give a damn. 3 in the chat if you said, Lady Luck Club, why are you asking us this dumbass question? We all know he doesn't care. We all know it. If anything, he just wants Candace Owens' attention to maybe get some money. Candace, Umar has child support, dude. Can you give him a couple $1,000s? Candace, are you going to be philanthropic and give Umar Johnson, $250,000 because he's got some real legal issues coming up? Forget Mitch Snow. Umar's got some real, true legal issues about to come up. He's got a class action lawsuit that's about to pimp slap him in the face. Y'all, that lawsuit is going to do a double backhand pimp slap. And then give him 3 seconds and then do it again. He about to get pimp slapped with the right hand from this class action lawsuit. Okay. Hopefully he's appealing to Candace Owens so he can get $250,000 so he can pay his attorney's fees and pay on whatever judgment they force him to pay. Yeah. And hopefully he's doing that because otherwise The hell you sitting here calling her all this stuff for, and she ignores your existence on Earth? You can't make this up. Oh, that pimp slap with the damn class action.
For to bring suit against a white racist school district, and then she spins the block on civil rights, and now look at her. She goes and gets a white husband, and now she's one of the biggest supporters of the conservative white racist agenda against African people. And now she's touring the country, and she's all over the news media, okay, trying to defend the honor, integrity, and legacy of another racist in Charlie Kirk. And don't get me wrong, I didn't appreciate the way that he lost his life. I didn't appreciate Black people making a mockery of him, because I wouldn't want anybody to be made a mockery of when you lose your life in front of your wife and children. That is not to be made fun of. But at the same time, how is Candace Owens running around championing the legacy of Charlie Kirk, while at the same time you made a documentary trying to prove to the whole world that George Floyd was not suffocated to death by the knee of a police officer? So you will make a documentary to try to make a Black man who was assassinated look like a criminal.
Yeah, that's the whole point, Cheryl. I hope she does give me a copy of the lawsuit. Marianne, if you're listening, can you please email me a copy of the lawsuit? I would love to do a formal reading on it. You can redact it as well if you want. So whatever you don't want me to read, redact it out and I won't read it. But I would love a copy of that lawsuit. I hope she's listening.
And then you'll turn around and go out of your way and even put your safety and the safety of your children in jeopardy to champion the legacy of a racist Charlie Kirk, who Candace Owens refers to as her best friend. How in the hell can a Black woman have a white racist as a best friend? Look at the things Charlie Kirk said about Black women. Look at the things Charlie Kirk said about Black men. But getting back to Nicki Minaj, I believe that Donald Trump and the conservative movement in this country selected Nicki Minaj because they needed a replacement for Candace Owens. Remember, Candace Owens has fallen out of favor with the Republican Party and the mainstream conservative white agenda, because she's now exposing the Zionist control of the conservative movement and of the United States government.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. He's sitting here talking about falling out of conservative party, conservative movement. Was she ever in it? That would be my question. Was she ever a part of this movement? Because Candace acts like she's not even Christian anymore. Who knows? She acts like a raw demon. And I'm not saying because people got to agree with what she says, but I'm just saying she's completely soulless at this. You can't make this up. So Nicki Minaj is replacing Candace Owens according to Umar's logic because of reasons. Umar, just ask Candace for some money, because obviously you're soundbiting her name. Soundbiting her name to get her attention for some reason. And she's not gonna respond to your ass. And if she does, it'll be strictly for content.
Nicki Minaj, because they needed a replacement for Candace Owens. Remember, Candace Owens has fallen out of favor with the Republican Party and the mainstream conservative white agenda, because she's now exposing the Zionist control of the conservative movement and of the United States government. In fact, Art, I would argue that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I believe, by the Zionist movement. What? Charlie Kirk began to question Zionist infiltration of the U.S. government. He began to question Zionist control of U.S. institutions, systems, and industry.
Yep. I told y'all he's trying to get Candace's attention. Candace. Huh, girl. You clown. The Oompa Loompa wants you to give him some money or respond so he can, use that content. So I guess you'll be doing a video about the Oompa Loompa. Umar, let her know you're trying to get her attention, because that's all you're doing here. Candace, the Oompa Loompa wants your attention. I'll make sure to give her a heads up in the live stream we do. You can't make this up. Candace, you're bad at this. The Oompa Loompa is sitting here soundbiting you and saying the same thing you're saying with no evidence. He wants you to give him some money, girl.
And he began to get a little bit out of hand with his rebuke of the Israeli agenda. I believe that's why Charlie Kirk was assassinated. I believe that because he was becoming so unapologetic in his criticism of the Israeli influence in America, along with the Zionist influence of America, that he was unalived. And because Candace Owens followed suit behind Charlie Kirk, and she started exposing the Zionist control of the United States government, they had to distance themselves from Candace. So if we're going to distance ourselves from Candace, and this is Donald Trump, the Republican Party, and the mainstream white conservative movement, we got to find another black woman. We got to find another black woman who can compete with Candace Owens nationally and internationally to bring attention away from Candace Owens, who is highlighting the Israeli influence on American politics. And so who better to use than Nicki Minaj? Now, I don't know why Nicki Minaj is doing this. I don't know if she's getting paid. I don't know if it's a favor. I don't know if it's an exchange.
Well, I mean, seriously, let's think about this rationally for 2 seconds. Would they actually need Nicki Minaj? He makes it seem like there are no other black women who are true conservatives in the conservative movement. Why Nicki Minaj? I mean, there are other black women that are conservatives that have been conservatives for a long time. And they actually support Donald Trump. What is the purpose of trying to conform Nicki Minaj to something where there are other black women that already have been committed to the conservative movement? They support MAGA, they support Trump. All these things just lines up. Like they don't have to do that. They don't have to go and get Nicki Minaj to do this. They could just get a prominent black woman who's already been in the movement. He's literally trying to pull Candace into this. Candace, girl, send him $250,000 because that's what he wants.
Change, as some people have suggested. Okay, I don't know, but I know it's not right. I know it's wrong. I mean, look at all the black women who Donald Trump has had laid off of their jobs. According to the Department of Labor, between 300 and 400,000 black women have lost their jobs since March because of Donald Trump's policies. So Nicki Minaj, in all respect, if you see yourself as a black woman, how can you sit up there with Erica Kirk and talk about black kids being made to be proud of themselves at the expense of white children? Where has that ever happened, Art? I'm an educator. I'm a principal. I'm a school psychologist. I ain't been in no school in America where white kids are made to feel bad.
He's not an educator. He's not a school psychologist. He just lied like hell. Back to back to back.
Kids being made to be proud of themselves at the expense of white children. Where has that ever happened, Art? I'm an educator. I'm a principal.
Lie.
I'm a school psychologist.
Lie. 3 lies back to back. You're not an educator. You're not a principal. The school doesn't exist. It's not real. You have 2 bandos that are inundated with black mold, infested with bugs, has the stench of dead dogs around it, trash, syringe needles, alcohol bottles. Did I say black mold? Black mold. That will take millions to clean off the school. And he's sitting here saying, I'm an educator. I'm a principal. I'm a school psychologist. Lie, lie, lie. The last time someone lied 3 times like that, they were denying Jesus. And then they had some issues and ended up taking their own life and doing some crazy things. You can't make this stuff up. Someone who is able to lie repetitively 3 times back to back to back without a conscience. Yeah, him and Candace is just like 2 peas in a pod. You can't make this up.
I ain't been in no school in America where white kids are made to feel bad about being white.
I ain't been in no school. Yeah, because you ain't been in no school. Yeah, I ain't been in no school. Yeah.
I'm a principal. I'm a school psychologist.
I got to snip this, y'all. Hold on. Because you can't make this up. The fact that he is willing to lie like he's breathing air, calling himself an educator, a principal, and school psychologist. 3 things he literally is not. 2 of those things he would have to have evidence to prove. Where's the certification? What school is he employed with again that he calls himself to be the principal of? Either he's the owner or he's the principal. Which one is it? Is he a principal of a school? Maybe he got a job and we don't know it. Umar, did you go and apply and be a principal of a school? Because perhaps he just got a job to be a principal at a school. And he's about to get paid a regular salary here. Because otherwise, you're not the principal of FDMG. Then you list yourself to be a director on the tax documents. So which one, you understand those are two different roles. A principal does not equate to a director. This idiot right here. That's what I said. Two of these things he would need documentation to prove. What the hell is wrong with him? He just lied his ass off 3 times in a row.
I ain't been in no school.
I ain't. Y'all see that? I ain't. Because ain't a word, but you know, whatever.
In America, where white kids are made to feel bad about being white, so black children can be proud about their African heritage. Where is that at? Somebody show me where white kids are being mistreated at the expense or for the benefit of black children. First of all, most teachers are white. Most public schools are white controlled. Most private schools are white controlled. All your Catholic schools are white controlled. What are we talking about?
God.
Most lawyers in America are white. Most doctors in America are white. Most real estate in America is owned by white people. Most politicians are white. In the U.S. Senate, you only have 3 black senators. You might get 4 if Jasmine Crockett wins, but they don't have any influence. Cory Booker, what good has he been? Raphael Warnock, what good has he been? Tim Scott, what good has he been? And if Jasmine Crockett wins, what good will she be? So this notion that white people are losing because of a liberal agenda to benefit black people, where is the evidence of this? Here's what we know, Art. When you understand the science of racism, racism is always being most racist when they act like racism does not exist. Let's go back to Barack Obama's presidency. When Barack Obama got elected, the racism said, we are living in a post-racial America. We have a black president, so maybe we don't need black fraternities and sororities anymore. We have a black president, so maybe we don't need the NAACP. We have a black president, maybe we don't need historically black colleges anymore. This was the propaganda that white supremacy put out when Barack Obama was elected. And what happened during Obama's administration? We saw a white police brutality and assassination campaign against the black community like we've never seen in recent history. Whenever they try to act like race don't matter, that's exactly when they're about to become more racist. Now, I want to draw a parallel to this, Art, because right now, Donald Trump is waging war against Venezuela. Even though war can only be declared by Congress, Donald Trump has taken it upon himself to wage war against the Venezuelan government. Now, how does this relate to Nicki Minaj? I'm going to tell you. Nicki Minaj, her parents and herself, they're from Trinidad and Tobago. If I'm not mistaken, Nicki Minaj may have been born in Trinidad or Tobago. If she wasn't, at least her parents were. At least her father was. Rest in peace to him.
Oh, God. He just gave a whole word salad about Jasmine Crockett, Barack Obama, a former president, by the way. Umar, something you've never been and never will be. I thought he was moving his ass to the continent of Africa. When is that going to happen? When is he moving to Africa? When is he going to go to Africa? So, I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. All these people he named off, none of them stunned him. Y'all notice that? Former president of the country, he not stunned him. He's been attacking Barack Obama forever. It's mighty funny, Umar. You just named off a handful of black people. And I think Tim Scott is Republican. So you name Republicans and Democrats that are all black. And then ask what have they done? As if you've done something yourself. You Oompa Loompa. You haven't done anything, Umar, at all. You can't even open a school you said you were going to open. So what good has Umar done? Other than him trying to file a slap lawsuit against an independent filmmaker that he almost practically forced to do a movie about him, a documentary about him that he ruined and had her crying in the car, got on that woman's nerve. What good has what has Umar done? All the things that I just said he did was horrible. What good has he done? He says these things that he thinks black people still want to hear. And it's getting old. It's getting stupid. It's still just as dumb and ignorant. He's been saying the same crap for years. And he can't show for any good he has done. And now he's facing a class action lawsuit. That is the pinnacle of someone who has done nothing good at all. And for what he has done has been worthy of a lawsuit. All he is doing is bashing black people, regardless of whether they're Republican or Democrat, and demanding everyone else give their resume, show their deeds out on the table. But when he's asked to do it, you got to send somebody to serve his ass with lawsuit documents. He won't even tell all the donors and sponsors that are giving him money for a school he's been grifting off of for 15 years. He won't even show them what he's doing with the money and how it's being applied to this so-called school that he's never going to open. He won't even show receipts or vendor invoices. He can't show that there's any active document on file with the city for work to be done on the buildings. He knows he will not be able to get rid of millions of dollars worth of black mold that these schools are infested, these bandos are infested with. He will not be able to explain why there's a drug syringe needle outside the building, just kind of laid out on the ground, like that's somehow safe for kids. He can't prove any of this stuff. This is the same idiot that has to be sued to give up receipts, that is sitting here trying to weaponize the courts to silence a critic, an independent filmmaker who has every right to release any videos she has related to a film she has produced. And they couldn't even give her back $86,000. They gave her $68,000. They couldn't even break her even with the money that she spent to produce the film. That's how piss poor and hypocritical he is. And he wants someone to prove something to him. While he's throwing out names of black people, trying to challenge, what have they given? What have they done? What has he done? Other than dox people and put out their information that no one needed to know. The absolute worst. What a hypocrite he is. A fat, fluffy, Swiss field hypocrite. Looking like dough.
Condolences to the family for their loss of her father. Nobody should ever lose their life in that manner. So her father is of East Indian and African heritage. So he's mixed race, East Indian and African Trinidadian. Her mother, I believe, may be an American African. But from what I understand, the mother's all black. The father is black and East Indian. So Nicki Minaj carries within her the DNA of the East Indian people and the African people. And my question to Sister Nicki Minaj, and I hesitate to call her sister, but I'm going to do it anyway, because until I get clarity from her, I'm not going to assume the worst. But a question I would need to ask Nicki Minaj, Art. Do you primarily identify as a black woman, or do you primarily identify as...
You idiot. She doesn't have to answer your question with that toupee on your head. Saint, you're right. I think he's wearing a toupee as well. This is definitely a man unit. He's got a man unit on his head, and he's got pubic hairs on his face as a beard. Umar, you can just prove me wrong with some sort of testing to see where these hairs come from. Why don't you take that unit off and let's see where it came from? It's made in China. I'm going to have a good laugh for many, many days to come. Y'all, if he took off this man unit, this so-called fake beard here, and it says made in China at the bottom. I'm gonna clown him forever. He wants somebody to answer him and respond to him. She doesn't have to respond to you. You know what she could say? When are you going to open that school again? The F you talking about? Bye. Kick rocks.
East Indian. And the reason I got to ask her that, Art, not only is she turning her back on the same Black America that made her famous, not only is she turning her back on the same Black America that made her famous, Art, but right now, Donald Trump has carried out 29 different strikes on Venezuelan seagoing vessels. Art. The Caribbean Sea, Donald Trump has seized oil tankers from Venezuela. He has murdered at least 105 Venezuelans. Allegedly, that's what the media is reporting. There's only one Caribbean country, Art, that is standing in solidarity with Donald Trump. Guess who it is? Trinidad and Tobago. The Prime Minister of Trinidad, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Nicki Minaj's ancestral homeland. Well, technically, your ancestral homeland is Africa, okay? But the birthland of her parents and maybe herself, Trinidad and Tobago, they are the only Caribbean country, or should I say the main Caribbean country, standing in solidarity with Donald Trump's unilateral and illegal move to declare war on Venezuela without the approval of the U.S. Congress. Now, Art, you might ask the question, why is the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago going against the entire Caribbean?
But why does he have to go with the entire Caribbean? Maybe he believes in preservation. Perhaps a president is looking out for its country and its people by saying, we're not going to sit here and do the same exact thing everyone else is doing if it leads to this type of result. So maybe we should not go along with that if it means us being preserved and not invaded or having a missile launched or anything like that. Let me at least get time, to put up a countermeasure and maybe get people out of here before I sit here and just try to say, no, I'm not going to go along with it. Like, otherwise, self-preservation. Why is that not the answer to the question here? This is crazy. Why is he talking about that, but not FDMG, the school itself, or that lawsuit he's got coming?
Caribbean community and standing with Donald Trump. You want to know why? Most Caribbean islands have a Black president and or Black prime minister. Trinidad and Tobago is unique, Art, because the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, a woman by the name of Kamala, first name Kamala, okay? Not Kamala, not to be confused with Kamala, but Prime Minister Kamala of Trinidad and Tobago is an East Indian. So even though the population of Trinidad and Tobago is 40% Black, it's also 40% East Indian. And it's 20% mixed. And I've been to Trinidad and Tobago. And do you know what I was told by the Trinidadian and Tobagan Africans there? Our Black brothers and sisters, they told me that Trinidad and Tobago is dominated by the East Indians. They told me that they are racist, that they control the import and export. They told me that they control the drug trade. They told me that they control the used car industry. I was even told in Trinidad and Tobago by our Black brothers and sisters, our Trinidadian African brothers and sisters, that if an ethnic war broke out, if a race war broke out in Trinidad and Tobago between the Blacks and the East Indians, we would probably lose. Because even though we're 40% of the population and they're 40% of the population, they control the entire infrastructure, Art. So when I say I would like to respectfully know whether or not Sister Nicki Minaj identifies as an East Indian or an African, that's not just for American African purposes, Art. That's for Trinidadian African purposes, because I need to.
No one in Trinidad or Tobago is questioning her on that. What the hell is he missing here? Who is asking for this? No one is asking for her to verify anything regarding her ethnicity or what she identifies as. No one is asking of this from Nicki Minaj. He's the only idiot that's doing this. I don't think anyone else cares. Like he thinks that he would be able to help people in Trinidad and Tobago, even if he had money to help them, he wouldn't. When he gets his hands on money, he goes to Cinnabon in the airport and eats Cinnabons from Cinnabon. You don't see him being philanthropic. The idea of him giving his friend, some homie, some money to help that homie out is laughable. Umar doesn't give any money to groups or anything. He won't even put money in his own idea of a school. He can't even show proof that he's donated any of his own money. He's living off of the donor dollars. So he can't even prove that he's earning a separate pot of money. And whatever he's earning, he's putting a percentage of that back into his own idea for this school. He just has everybody else doing it and taking care of his ass while he wants 2 wives again. One thing they're not going to do is sit here and give you any time or attention, Umar, when you're walking around saying that some woman's jaw is not as strong as a man's jaw and how you go hang out in Hyde Park. They don't take kindly to that at all. I hope you do know that. Take your little flabby ass back to Trinidad and Tobago's and tell them that you hang out in Hyde Park with transgender women. See how well that goes. He's such a clown.
No, if she identifies with the oppressed Black people of Trinidad and Tobago, who are being oppressed by who? East Indians. Remember, Art, when the white man left the Caribbean, he put the East Indians in charge. A lot of people don't know that. When the white man left the Caribbean to make sure Black people would never get sole control of their island, he left East Indians in charge and he left Chinese in charge. And if you go to almost any Caribbean island today, you will find that either the East Indians or the Chinese are doing better than Black people, even if there's more Black people on the island. Trinidad and Tobago is unique because you have just as much East Indians as you have Africans. So I need to know if Nicki Minaj stands with the East Indians of Trinidad and Tobago, who are oppressing our brothers and sisters on that island, or does she stand with her Trinidadian African brothers and sisters, as do I? But getting back to this, Art, I believe that Nicki Minaj was selected for 3 reasons. Number 1, they need somebody to neutralize Candace Owens and Jasmine Crockett. They need somebody to neutralize the conservative movement led by Donald Trump, the mainstream conservative movement led by Donald Trump. They need Candace Owens and Jasmine Crockett politically neutralized. They're hoping that Nicki Minaj's status in the hip hop industry and her popularity, not only in America, but around the world, will be enough to take care of 2 birds with 1 stone. That's the first reason they chose her. The second reason they chose her is they wanted to show Trinidad and Tobago that if you support us, we will support you. Nicki
Umar is the Kris Jenner of the scammer community. Umar, they will whoop your ass out there in Trinidad and Tobago. The East Indian or the African side, both of them. At that moment, they probably would come together hand in hand and whoop your ass. If you went out there demanding anything from these people with your broke ass, and you can't even give them $5 to help feed a child. You can't make this up. That'll be the day that they actually come together. Umar Johnson, yeah, we come together. We work together. No, we beat the shit out of him. Let's go. He united all of Trinidad and Tobago at that moment. It is. Especially if they get wind he hangs out in Hyde Park and his male beautician / stylist allegedly slept on a fictitious couch in a small hotel room where no couch exists. Yeah, Umar, go on out there to Trinidad and Tobago so we can give them a heads up that you are quite possibly sharing a bed with a grown-ass man. We want to see the expression on their face when they find out.
Minaj is one of your fellow country persons. Her ancestry is from Trinidad and Tobago. She has a mixed race parent from Trinidad and Tobago. So because you're standing up for Donald Trump's imperialist agenda against Venezuela, we're going to put one of yours in the limelight for us. This is geopolitical art. Now, let me go a step further. Some people ask the question, why is Donald Trump doing everything the Zionists are asking of him? The reason Donald Trump is doing everything, Art, that the Zionists are asking of him, because Donald Trump is in those Epstein files. Donald Trump is in those Epstein files. Congress.
Now he just repeating everything Candace is saying because, you know, he can't come up with a thought on his own from reading shit on his own. Umar, start with Dr. Seuss books. Just read a book. You're literally saying what Candace Owens says. You want her to give you a shout out. We get it. But it's not going to work out in your favor the way you think it is. Because see here, when it comes to Candace Owens, both of you are narcissistic idiots that are uneducated and unlearned. Both of you want to feel like the smartest person in the room. So at some point, either you or Candace would have to bow down to the other. And you're both incapable of doing that. I don't even understand why you're trying to repeat her soundbite. She's not going to raise any money for you. But we'll just sit back and just, you know, wait and see as you're disappointed every day. It's funny that he thinks that she would give Umar Johnson the time of day. This is crazy. You don't have to repeat everything she says. Have a thought on your own. Why don't you tell us about your financial plan and that curriculum you were going to create, since you claim to be a principal, educator, and school psychologist? You can't make this up.
Has already ordered the Department of Justice, Art, to release all the Epstein files by Friday. Congress ordered the Justice Department, Donald Trump's Justice Department, to release all the files by Friday. Just today, Art, they released some more today. And guess what? Donald Trump's name is mentioned in those files allegedly hundreds of times. There is clear proof that Donald Trump was on Epstein's jet multiple times. And the question is being asked by the media, even if Donald Trump did not engage in any of the sex abuse of children and adults, was he aware of it? Because if he was aware of it, he can be charged as an accomplice to the crime. And here's the thing. Jeffrey Epstein, Art, was a Mossad agent. Jeffrey Epstein was Israeli secret intelligence. Jeffrey Epstein was Israeli secret intelligence. And I believe that the Mossad, the Israeli Secret Service, used Jeffrey Epstein.
You can't make this up.
To blackmail all of the top politicians.
It's like listening to
all
Candace's
of the top
male
businessmen
version.
and all of the top politicians.
So obviously, Umar has multiple personality disorder as well. You can't make this up. BB said it best. When he says we, he speaks to his multiple personalities. Y'all, we got to start naming them, just like we do with Candace, crazy ass. We got to name Umar's personalities. Who are we looking at right here? Da Vinci? You know. No, he uses terminology like I ain't. Yo, we got a full Jaquez on our hands. Jaquez. Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Jaquez. How about that? Jaquez. Then you got a Umar. Then you got a Jermaine. I'll let y'all know when we see Jermaine. This ain't it. This is Jaquez. You can't make this up. It's literally becoming a whole personality, the alleged male version of Candace Amber Owens Farmer, because he actually thinks that she's intelligent. That girl doesn't read worth shit. You can't make this up.
Businessmen and entertainers in America, in order to coerce them, Art, to do whatever the Zionists want them to do. And if you don't, we will expose your participation in the Epstein ring. You see how that works?
Of course.
The Zionists, Art, they use blackmail. They have a file on almost every politician in D.C., black and white. Now, let me tell you how they played Donald Trump.
Oh, God.
During his first term, they let Donald Trump think he was in charge. During his first term, they let Donald Trump think he was commander-in-chief. During his first term, they let Donald Trump go against COVID. They let Donald Trump go against the LGBT. They let him do what he wanted to do. You know why? Because they was looking towards Donald Trump's second term. They said, when he gets back in the second term, Art, we're going to sit his ass down. We're going to let him know who's in charge. We're going to let him know what he's going to do. And if he tries to be arrogant and narcissistic and belligerent, as he has shown the world he can be, we're going to let him know.
Trump, Umar wants to tell you things. Maybe you should schedule a 15-minute call with him. He just want to let you know something. Because reasons. I mean, can you imagine a conversation between Umar Johnson and Donald Trump? Y'all, to be a fly on the wall in that conversation. Oh, Lord have mercy. I don't think anything would be said. It would just be a bunch of things, words going across. They're using pronouns and we and is and ours, us, them, they. When they say he, she, it's going to be like, who are you talking about? Like they wouldn't even be able to keep up with their own comments if they had to talk to each other. This is painful to hear. It's like listening to the male version of Candace. This is painful, man.
Worked for us.
So pathetic.
And now you work for us. Why? Because you was very good friends with Jeffrey Epstein for a very long time. And we know you know what he was doing, and you did nothing to stop it, even if you didn't participate. You want to know why Donald Trump is attacking Venezuela? Art? Venezuela has an oil deal with Iran. And as you know, Israel can't stand Iran. America can't stand Iran. Venezuela has an oil deal with Iran. That's not good for the Zionists. So they're making Donald Trump attack Venezuela in the name of the Zionists.
Umar, why you get your vocabulary in order? Let me read some supers. You can't make this up. Make sure you guys go check out KKC, the Receipt Show. That was up in here supporting us. I hope he's still here. If not, shout out to him. I understand because Umar is just insufferable right now. You can't make this up. It's coerced, Umar. Yes, he said Iran. Y'all, Jaquez can't speak at all. He ain't got no education. This is madness. For fuck's sake. All right. Rosetta became a member for 2 months. Happy New Year, LLC, and everyone. Happy New Year to you as well, Rosetta. Thank you so much for your generosity and becoming a member in the LLC. It's the place to be. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And we have a $4.99 super from 54B Lewis. This is truly a deranged individual. Yeah, he is. Who's also, incapable of actually pronouncing, basic English terms. Umar, if you're going to be in our country, learn our language. And when I say our, I mean the United States of America. The country, not the continent. This dude say Iran. All right. Shout out to you for the $4.99 super. Thank you for your generosity. It's an absolute blessing and I appreciate it. Y'all, thank you so much for the financial support here in the LLC. I appreciate that. And it does go towards the expenses of the channel. StreamYard bill is due is $70. Like, Xfinity is $70. StreamYard is now like $54, $55. So there are expenses related, but I appreciate any support you guys provide, and it takes care of those expenses. And I thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart. So thank you for engaging in the chat. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. And Umar still say Iran. Truth, user logic. What's going on? I know, right? Iran. 2 big narcissists that can't speak or read. Can you imagine? Candace can't read and Umar can't speak. This is crazy. Iran. He's saying Iran so comfortably. This is insane. So Umar Trump bomb Nigeria, which Nicki Minaj spoke about. When are we getting to the slaughter of Christians in Nigeria? Exactly. Where's the guys in the white lab coats when you need them? Iran is not a bad pronunciation. He said Iran. He said Iran, y'all. What's the end? Is that do not? Why are we abbreviating do not? Is that what you're supposed to be saying? Do not focus on that? I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about in my video. You understand now? You come to the LLC. I do as I please here. He said Iran. Yeah, I had to walk my dog. You came back to some bad English. This fool is saying Iran because reasons. I mean, he's supposed to be a scholar, a principal, an educator, and a certified school psychologist. Things that he's not. 3 things that he is not. Lying like hell is exactly what he's doing. He has to show a certificate to say I'm not certified anything. That's what's so crazy about this. The most mundane, basic evidence that the host could have asked for. He didn't ask for it. Hold on, man. You say you're certified. Do you have a certificate? Then you can't say you certified on my show. I can't let you make that claim. Not here. You got to show a certificate to be certified. Otherwise, I'm not putting out that type of information and having my audience think that you're certified. You can't make this up.
And Trinidad and Tobago is standing with Trump. And so therefore, Trump is elevating Nicki Minaj to national stature as a payback to the Trinidad and Tobago government. Art, Donald Trump can't get out of this if he wanted to. Whatever the Zionists tell him to do, he will do it. I heard J.D. Vance mention Nicki Minaj by name at least 4 times in his speech that he gave at Turning Point USA's conference in Phoenix on Sunday. He mentioned Nicki Minaj by name at least 4 times. And don't forget, Art, where was Nicki Minaj on November the 18th? On November the 18th, Nicki Minaj was at the United Nations. Art, how does a hip-hop artist? No disrespect to my sister. Nicki is an intelligent sister, beautiful family. This ain't personal, this political, Art. But how does a rapper?
Why does it have to be political? You have done nothing, Umar. You haven't done a thing to help either political parties at all. Nothing. He doesn't do anything to help Republicans or Democrats. So why is he speaking about politics when he has not contributed to any political platform? He hasn't gone out to ensure that a policy has been implemented. He can't even open up a school that he claims he's tried to open for 15 years. Why is he making this political? Because Iran. I'm going to keep saying that shit because he shouldn't have mispronounced it. He's supposed to be an educator. He is supposed to be able to pronunciate terms correctly. Pronounce and enunciate these terms. He's not doing that. Iran? Seriously?
How does a hip-hop artist go from rap to giving speeches at the United Nations? And on November the 18th, Nicki Minaj gave a speech supporting Donald Trump's intervention in northern Nigeria on behalf of the Christians. Let me ask you a question, Art. Since when did Donald Trump start caring about Black Christians? He don't care about the Black Christians right here in America. What has Donald Trump done about miseducation for Black Christians in America? What has Donald Trump done about police brutality against Black Christians in America? What has Donald Trump done about homelessness and gentrification against Black Christians in America? What has Donald Trump done against economic apartheid waged against Black Christians in America? Since when did Donald Trump?
Well, has Umar Johnson done about Black boys in Black communities where they're being raised in homes with no fathers? What has Umar Johnson done about Black youth getting a proper education because he hasn't opened a school? What has Umar Johnson done to help bring up the Black communities other than talking about Black queens forever, snow bunnies never? What has he done? What organizations has Umar Johnson donated money to help kids get school supplies and backpacks? Ensure that free lunch programs are still flowing in the schools in his community. Why wouldn't Umar Johnson allow the Philadelphia Police Department to do a wellness check on his mother 3 times? See, Umar, we can ask all these questions as well about what you choose to not do to advance any person in the African American or Black community in the United States of America as well. You've done nothing. If he had to actually write out a resume, he would have to lie and embellish like hell. He already lies about being a principal, an educator, and a school psychologist. Having a degree in nursing does not mean I get to go out and actually fulfill the role of a nurse. I still have to be registered with a certificate, with a license, with credentials. And he still hasn't even proved that he has the proper education to be a school psychologist, because we've read his dissertation and it's absolute garbage. That's how he speaks now, is how he spoke throughout his entire dissertation. It was about as rudimentary as it could get and idiotic. This is ridiculous.
Start giving a damn about Black Christians. So let me get this right, Art. You're not doing nothing for the Black Christians in America, but you're going to go all the way to northern Nigeria. You're going to go all the way to northern Nigeria and save Nigerian Christians from genocide and abuse. Now, first, Art, let me say this. There is genocide and abuse, some genocide against my northern Nigerian Christian brothers and sisters by Muslims in the northern region that I don't condone. If the international reports are right, you've had 10,000 northern Nigerian Christians who've been massacred.
If they're right, he hasn't talked to one family that lost somebody to this genocide. What do you mean if? Are we going full-blown Alex Jones right now? So all the people out there in Nigeria that have lost somebody, lost their families, are they paid actors, Umar? Is this where you're going with this? If they're correct. You think he's going to go out there and find out for himself? Hell no. Umar Johnson is not going to get on a plane, aka Jermaine Shoemake, and go fly to Nigeria to find out if people are actually being slaughtered. He's not going to do that. Either you believe it or you go find out for yourself firsthand. What the hell is wrong with him?
Over so many of these past years. It's wrong. I don't condone it. And I hope the Nigerian government gets this under control. Northern Nigeria, Art, is mostly Muslim. Southern Nigeria is mostly Christian. So the Muslims who are living, the Christians who are living in Muslim-dominated northern Nigeria, they're the ones who are being harmed. But guess what, Art? This was going on when Donald Trump was president the first time. If this was going on when Donald Trump was president the first time, why didn't he do something about it then? Because he's not threatening military invasion in Nigeria because he cared about Christians. Because if that were the case, Art, why don't he do something about the South Sudanese who are being genocided right now? Why don't Donald Trump do something about the Sudanese who are being genocided right now? Why is he ignoring the Sudanese genocide, Art? Why is he ignoring the child slaves in the...
Okay, why are you ignoring it, Umar? Go out there and do something. Go help them however you can. You would think he would do that as opposed to go to Brazil or go around these college campuses trying to take pictures with college girls. You see how this works, Umar? We're gonna continue to scrutinize the dumb shit you do, because what you're doing is not helping any Black communities. Having camp out meetings in back houses with evil dolls. Somehow that's you doing something for a Black community. And yet you can't go out to Nigeria to confirm people losing their families and loved ones, that a genocide has occurred. But you can take your ass to Brazil, though. He's going to China this year. Let's think about this. Umar is going to China this year, but he's not going to Nigeria or Sudan himself. Make this make sense?
Congo, Art. Since he cares so much about Black people, let me tell you why. Donald Trump is ignoring the genocide in Sudan because it's being carried out by Arabs from the United Arab Emirates. The Arabs from the UAE are in the Sudan killing and genociding our Black Sudanese brothers and sisters to control the oil and the other natural resources. And here's the kicker, Art. Where does the United Arab Emirates get most of their weapons from? Who is the #1 military supplier of weapons to the Arabs of the UAE? Donald Trump's government.
Wow.
Listen to this, Art. Ain't that crazy? You're talking about you're going to invade Nigeria to protect my Christian brothers and sisters in the north, but you're giving weapons to Dubai. You're giving weapons to the Arabs and UAE so they can come into Sudan and genocide Black people in the name of natural resources, but you care about the Blacks in Nigeria. Give me a break. And what about in the Congo, Art? You got children dying mass.
Umar doesn't care about the black kids in the city of Wilmington. Or those 4 black kids whose mother said that he stole her entire savings. She never gave him permission to take that money out. So if that be true, Umar, you took $8,000, $6,000 or $8,000 from a single mother with 4 children and didn't think twice about that. So while you're actually hurting black families and black communities by raking people over the coals, by taking money from them, wanting them to hit up your PayPal and your Cash App, and then you turn around and say you don't take money from Caucasian people. It's funny that he thinks that only black people are really donating, as if he can just somehow oversee that process. How does he know where this money is coming from? He has no way to turn on a filter in Cash App or in PayPal to ensure that only black people are sending him money. He doesn't try to find out who's behind these profiles. So the concept of him thinking only black people are giving me money is absolutely insane. Additionally, the fact that he's been taking money from what seemed to be predominantly black communities for over a decade, lying about opening a school is even worse. And they get upset when people ask for receipts. And he wants anybody to prove something to him when he won't show receipts and vendor invoices. This is what we are with this hypocrisy, people.
Murder, humanitarian crisis, hunger in the Congo, been going on for years. Donald Trump won't do anything about it. You know why? Because they're mining coltan and cobalt for who? Apple computers, and for Elon Musk, Tesla cars, and for American military systems. So Donald Trump isn't going to say one word about the Congo because it benefits white capitalism. He's not going to say one word about Sudan because it benefits white capitalism. And don't get me started on Haiti and what America is doing in Haiti. Since you love black Christians so much, what about the black Christians in Haiti? What about all the Haitians whose asylum in America you just canceled out, and you're now hunting them down like animals all across America and sending them back to Haiti? What about them? What about the airstrikes, Art, that America has carried out in Somalia, killing innocent men, women, and children? Many of them are Christian as well, although it's an Islamic country. What about them? So you got all of these genocides of black people going on around the world. Christians, as they want to say, being murdered, but Donald Trump don't see them. He only sees the one in Nigeria. And let me tell you why, Art. I know you're familiar with Ibrahim Traoré and the Sahel Alliance. Ibrahim Traoré is the president of Burkina Faso. You also have the president of Niger, Chiani, and you have General Goita of Mali, right?
Right.
The real reason, Art, and I need you to get this, the real reason Donald Trump...
Yeah, and nothing else, because, he's blinking really fast, which means he's about to lie like hell. I always tell you all, pay attention to the body language. Look at this blink rate that's going on here. Let me go back a little bit. This fast blinking here, because he's about to lie like hell, y'all.
Ibrahim Traoré is the president of Burkina Faso. You also have the president of Niger, Chiani, and you have General Goita of Mali, right?
Right.
The real reason, Art, and I need you to get this, the real reason Donald Trump wants to invade northern Nigeria, Art, has nothing to do with black Christians. Nothing to do with my Christian brothers and sisters in the north. Northern Nigeria sits under what country, Art? Northern Nigeria sits right under Niger, one of the 3 countries in the Sahel Alliance. Nigeria borders Niger. And why is Niger so important, Art? Who is the #1 supplier of uranium in the world? Niger. Do you know what you need uranium for, Art? Nuclear missiles, nuclear bombs, nuclear technology, nuclear warheads. Niger is the...
He's not showing any evidence that this is why. If it took someone to bring to Trump's attention, people are being, genocided over in, been genocided. That there are Christians being slaughtered out in Nigeria. Do something because you're the U.S. And then he does something. He's already said Trump never cared. So why is he trying to link this conspiracy to it if you said Trump didn't care until Nicki Minaj brought it to his attention. Wasn't that the point he was making before? 10 minutes ago in this video? Now, all of a sudden, he's only paying attention to it because of this natural resource in the country next to it. Either he cared or he didn't. For whatever reason, it shouldn't have had to take someone to bring it to his attention if it was about this natural resource. But he's saying Nicki Minaj said something, then he did something. He's never cared, but now he cares because it's his natural resource. Pick one. Pick one. Either he was paying attention and he wanted to protect the resource, or he didn't care and it took Nicki Minaj. Which one is it? It's ridiculous. He's speaking in circles.
Number one supplier of uranium. And in the nuclear age, art, uranium is the vibranium of Black Panther. In the nuclear age, uranium is the vibranium that they talked about in the Black Panther movie. So the reason Donald Trump needs to get into northern Nigeria, art, so they can invade and try to overthrow President Chiani in Niger so they can get control of the uranium. Are you with me so far?
I follow you.
No.
Not only does Niger have uranium, they have gold and other resources. And then next to Niger, you have who? Mali. Mali has gold. Mali has copper. Mali has zinc and unlimited natural resources. And then Burkina Faso is only a hop, skip, and a jump from northern Nigeria. And you know they want to get rid of Ibrahim Traore. And we pray to God and the ancestors that never happens. But they want to get rid of Ibrahim Traore because he's the leader. And what does Burkina Faso have a whole lot of?
Praying to the ancestors.
Gold, art. Donald Trump wants to.
Umar, Christians don't pray to ancestors. Pray to Jesus. What the heck are you talking about? Christians don't pray to ancestors. What is wrong with you? He doesn't even support Christians. What is he talking about? He doesn't say things that even that are in alignment with Christianity. It's ridiculous. He doesn't care what's going on in Nigeria either. He doesn't care. Umar doesn't care either.
Geopolitically and strategically put the U.S. military in northern Nigeria so they have easy access to invade Niger right above, Mali right above to the left, and Burkina Faso right above even further to the left. Do you see that?
Right. I see.
This is about overthrowing independent African states. Donald Trump don't give a damn about no Black Christians in Nigeria. He don't care about the ones here. So for my sister Nicki Minaj, sister Nicki Minaj to go to the United Nations and give voice to Donald Trump's false flag of caring about Christian Nigerians and Black Africa is a disservice to her race. Nicki Minaj, I want you.
Umar, you are a disservice to all of Black people as well when you lie about opening a school for Black boys, not even Black girls. Forget Black girls and all, because you didn't even raise your own daughters. But when you say you're going to do this for over 15 years and you never do it, and then when people say, show us the money, you say, I don't owe you that. And you must be an enemy. You must be attacking me because, you're throwing a tantrum like a child. His epic man baby tantrum has led to him getting a class action lawsuit where 40 people said Umar can kiss our ass, collectively speaking. So one way or the other, you're going to have to give up some discovery or tell the truth and say that you never had it to begin with. You weren't keeping up with anything. You're just spending money because you think it's yours. Because you're too lazy to get a job. He doesn't even care about these Black communities he's taking advantage of. These Black families that he has raked over the coals and doesn't even want to show them receipts. It's absolutely absurd.
To reconsider this. Please don't go down the path of Candace Owens' sister. Please recant while you can. But I don't know if she can, Art. She might be in too deep. You already went to the UN speaking on behalf of Donald Trump's agenda to invade Nigeria so he can overthrow the Sahel Alliance. You already went to Turning Point USA's Amerifest conference talking about how Donald Trump makes you feel proud to be an American. Talking about how when Donald Trump and J.D. Vance speak, they speaking for us. And then she said, Art, that I don't want any, and I'm paraphrasing, but she said something like, I don't want any white girls with blonde hair and blue eyes to not be proud of themselves in order for black children to be proud of themselves. I'm not quoting her exactly correct, but she's basically parroting that narrative that teaching corrected history in American schools, teaching black history in American schools, teaching the truth about American slavery in these schools, Art, is going to somehow damage white kids psychologically. Art, there ain't a white child in America who give a damn about what black people think about them. There's not a white person in America who gives a damn about what black people think about them. You know what this really is about? Sanitizing the history, Art. Because on July 4th, 2026, America turns 250 years old. On July 4th, 2026, right here in Philadelphia, a few blocks from where we are, there's going to be a massive 250th birthday party for white supremacy.
Yeah, and Umar is going to be mad because it's not about him, while he's trying to still collect donations for FDMG, where there is a cease and desist order telling his dumbass to stop because he refused to simply submit some documentation to an agency to make sure he was in compliance. Umar thinks that he is above the rule of law. He thinks that he is not bound by any set of principles or code of ethics or anything. He doesn't have to follow laws and rules like anyone else. And then gets mad when he gets penalized for it. So he'll be there as well, grifting, raising money against a cease and desist order for a school that will never open. Just so you all know that.
Massive birthday party for white supremacy, and Donald Trump and the rest of America wants to make sure that nobody spoils the party by telling the truth about how this country was built on the backs of African enslaved. That's what this is, Art. And Nicki Minaj is allowing herself to be used to undermine the self-respect and dignity of black people, the proper education of black children in the schools. She's allowing herself to be used as a stool pigeon to help propagate Donald Trump's agenda to invade Nigeria so he could try to overthrow Niger for the uranium, Mali for the gold, the nickel, the copper, the zinc, and Burkina Faso and its leader for the abundant gold in the unapologetically African position that Ibrahim Traoré is taking. I'm disappointed in my sister. And then JD Vance, Art, he gets up there after Nicki Minaj, and he says, in the United States, you no longer have to be ashamed to be white. When did white people? When did I miss something? When were white people ever made to feel ashamed in this country? When? Somebody give me a day, a month, an hour, a minute. This country is created by white people, dominated by white people, ran by white people for the benefit of white people. Black people have never had the upper hand in this country. So for JD Vance to say you no longer have to be ashamed to be white, who owned the banks? White people. Who owned the supermarkets? White people. Who own the hospitals? White people. Who own the schools? White people. Who sell the cars, the gas, the oil? White people. Who own the ships? White people. So how in the hell does JD Vance break breath to say you no longer have to be ashamed to be white? In conclusion, Art, I would just say that I'm disappointed in my sister Nicki. You have no business using hip-hop music.
Umar, we're all disappointed in you. Wearing that damn hoodie. And it's too small. Look at the flickety wrist. Exactly, William. I said this earlier. Y'all, Umar looks like he's a stuffed, burnt banana bread. He's a burnt loaf of banana bread stuffed in that yellow hoodie. You can't make this up. With pubic hairs that makes up that man piece on his head and his face. This is so ridiculous. The Umar Tardians, boy, they hate my guts. I don't give two shits. You can't make this up. He has done nothing for black people at all in his own community. He won't even allow his own relatives to see their mother and their grandmother. He won't allow Philadelphia Police Department to do a wellness check. He won't allow his sisters to go out and spend time with their mother. He won't even get his own place and stop being a burden on his mother. He will not show proof of life. And that's just related to his mother. He definitely is not trying to open a school. He's not trying to make any strides to help black people in black communities. You have young ladies that speak of how bad he has hurt them, taking advantage of them, used them for their money, took $8,000 out of someone's savings account. She had 4 kids and she's a single parent. And then tried to use that against her to say, well, you don't know how many baby daddies she's got. Who gives a shit how many baby fathers he has? Why do you have 3 different baby mothers? He's so hypocritical and so narcissistic about it. He doesn't even care that he's being hypocritical. But he wants to sit here and to talk about another woman's body parts stinking when his ass doesn't even look, he brushes his teeth. And if you say something about him that's critical even, and very well truthful, or your opinion, all of a sudden it's slander and libel. When his ass tried to sue someone, tried to sue Lynn and Honor, and failed to even pay the court costs or do a waiver to waive the court costs. Had to turn around and settle out of court with Marianne Laureate because he realized he was not going to get his way. And they would have wore his ass out in court. When she told them, you all are not going to swindle me out of any money. You can kiss my ass. I'll see you in court. Now they want to settle. Because he knew he filed a slap lawsuit. He doesn't care how he treats Black women in America. He doesn't care how he dismisses his own Black daughters in America. How one of them feels like he's trying to come after her and have her harmed. Taken up out of here. He doesn't give a damn about that. He doesn't respect his baby's mothers. Nothing. He relentlessly attacks Black people who speak out against him, debunk him, criticize him. And he wants somebody to give him an explanation. Umar, the only thing she's going to tell you is either you open in that school or you can kiss my ass and shut the hell up. Nicki Minaj doesn't care that you're breathing. Candace Owens doesn't either. And he's soundbiting them. That's how pathetic he is. He has to soundbite Candace Owens to try to get some attention. He's sitting here asking questions and demanding Nicki Minaj gives him a response. You can't make this up.
To build yourself in Black culture. Very talented sister, very articulate sister, very intelligent sister, tremendous lyricist. Few sisters I could put in front of her in terms of lyrical talent. But how dare you build a comfortable life for you and your beautiful family?
How dare you use donors' money to pay for your bills?
And then turn around and use that success to help Donald Trump leverage his military agenda against Black Africa, the Black Caribbean, and Black America. I need her to understand, Art, Sister Nikki, you are being used against the Black Caribbean. You are being used against Black Africa, and you are being used against Black America. Is what Donald Trump is offering.
Okay, so can the same be said about Umar? Is he going to go to court saying, I was being used against Black America to take all these people money for the school that was never going to open because white people? Is that what his excuse is going to be? This is his excuse right now. Is he going to say this in court? You know, I was being, misguided and influenced by white America to take money from Black communities, knowing that these families were low-income families. They probably didn't have father figures in the home, and the ones who did have no idea what they're doing, or they, feel like the baby's mother's out to get them. It's more based on some sort of custody issues, never anything about a school, but blah, blah. Here's some video evidence to prove it, but whatever. So is he going to go to court saying that someone tried to force and manipulate him to go after Black communities in the United States of America? Let's just start with the state of Pennsylvania and Delaware. Is he going to use this pathetic excuse to try to justify why he raised almost $2-3 million for an idea, knowing he was never going to open a school, especially when he said one of the buildings was certainly not going to be opened right away either way? Regardless, he was not going to open both schools, only the smaller school. He said that in an interview that we covered here in the LLC for that reason. because that video can be used against him in the court of law to prove he never had any intentions on opening both buildings, just the smaller one. That's why the bigger school building, that Bando, is so infected with black mold, because he had no intentions on even bothering with that. But he doesn't tell anybody this stuff. You have to come across it in a video. And you pay attention to what he says, you actually hear him say things that people don't often think about and ask him up. They don't ask him, was it your intention to only open one school? None of these podcasters, none of these content creators, these YouTubers he's talking to are asking him those types of questions. This whole thing was about him and his so-called thoughts about Nicki Minaj and Candace Owens trying to soundbite them in his nonsense. But not one statement about the school. Not a one. But he wants to lie to people saying that he's an educator, a principal, and a school psychologist. You can't make this stuff up.
Is it worth that? Is it worth the turning back the clock of African people in 3 separate regions are? He got the Caribbean. He's pushing that Venezuela military agenda. You got Nigeria. He's pushing that fake save the Christians in the North agenda so he can access Ibrahim Traore. And of course, you see what he's doing to black folks. I hope my sister rethinks what she's doing. I got nothing but love for her and her family. But Nicki Minaj, please, 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 sister, do not go down in history as one of the greatest queens who ever lived in the 21st century.
You can't make this up.
Two-part question I want to ask you. How you feel about the documentary on Diddy? And you and 50, what's going on between both y'all? Me personally, the documentary was incredible, man. You know, shout out to 50, man. But I know you and 50, y'all got something going on, right?
Indeed, indeed. So originally, when I heard about the reckoning of Sean Diddy Combs documentary that was produced by 50 Cent, I wasn't going to watch it. And I wasn't going to watch it because, quite frankly, I had grown a little tired of the Diddy case. You know, I had followed it. I had studied it. I had researched it. And at this point,
he didn't study shit. He just didn't want those same accusations to be thrown his way. And he kind of figured, well, if I know exactly what's going on in this case, I know what to look out for if it comes down to me. Because, you know, Umar doesn't mind hanging out with somebody named Polite, who looked up to a man who's now sitting in prison for 135 years for doing similar acts, but to children. Yeah. So the men that Umar looks up to, they have a lot in common. You know, it's mighty ironic how it always comes down to some encounter of some sort with either the opposite or same sex. And then it's always against somebody's will, or they're too young to give consent. And he never, ever says that they're wrong with that. He tries to make excuses for it. Umar, do you have something to hide?
The man was sentenced to 50 months in jail, I believe the time was that the feds gave him. There really wasn't much left to talk about. Everything had already been put out there, all the hours of testimony, hundreds of hours of court proceedings.
That's right, man.
There was nothing else to talk about as far as I was concerned. And then people kept texting me. They said, Dr. Umar, you got to see this. You got to see this. You got to see this. So one night, I can't go to sleep. And I decided to go ahead and watch it. And I watched all the episodes. I will say that it appeared to be very well researched from the point of view that 50 Cent wanted to portray. I don't think it was balanced in that you didn't hear anything positive at all about the man, when in fact, despite the horrendous deeds, which cannot be excused at all, I still think it would have been a little bit more credible if it was a little bit more balanced. But with that being said, the documentary was done. And after watching it, well, the first thing I'm going to say is 50 Cent does a good job with documentaries. Putting the fact that I did not appreciate a black man kicking another black man who's already down, putting that to the side, he did a good job with the documentary. Like, I could see 50 Cent doing more of these. Now, I was on a stream here in Philly a couple of weeks ago with a young brother, and the question came up. And I said that, in my opinion, watching that documentary was an exercise in self-hatred, because it was. Whenever black people tear down black people, especially when they've already been torn down, it's self-hate, because we never show that energy with no other community. We have been done wrong so much and so often by Caucasians, and yet we never do a documentary on.
Umar, white people aren't making you take money from other black people to lie to them about a school you will never open. Caucasians aren't making you do that. You're doing that on your own accord. And you claim that you're doing something so great because you're not taking money from the government or from Caucasians, but yet you don't care about taking money from low-income Black families and communities. I mean, this is ridiculous. So he gets to take advantage of the Black communities, and he expects no one to say anything to him about it or sue his ass over it, because that's not going to happen anymore, Umar. And if your little Ogoonie goons want to get, nook if they buck if they want to, they can be named as co-defendants. We don't even care. It's time for some accountability here. All he is seeing himself in this Diddy documentary. That's what it is. He sees himself as that, as Diddy. You can't make this up. He knows if women start coming out of the woodworks and start really telling it like it is about the things that Umar Johnson, aka Jermaine Shoemake, aka the dum-dum who wants gum-gum, about what he has done to them in any encounter sexual, it probably will be enough women to create another documentary. So hopefully 50 Cent gets with Marianne Lorian and they can do a real documentary on Umar Johnson. That would be epic. Because Umar, that's what you're really scared of. You're scared of all these women coming out of the woodworks, telling it like it is when it comes to you. That's why he hates Lene Stack so much and why we love her. She's going to tell the truth. That's why he keeps sending other women that kiss his ass and sucks his left nut to go after Lene Stacks every time she speaks the truth about what she experienced. And then they try to create issues that don't exist. As if somebody wants his old sloppy, nasty, unemployed ass. Girl, bye, Felicia's. Y'all can have him. But it's not going to stop other women from coming out and speaking out about him either. Because you don't get to dictate that. Especially when you're not paying anybody's bills or mortgages. You don't get to dictate that. So when these women start coming out in droves, talking about how Umar took advantage of them, and how he tried to play them, and how he mistreated them and misused them, and abused them, it'll be enough to do a documentary on him. That's what he's scared of. He's scared of it happening to himself because he's guilty. A hit dog will holler every time, Umar. And a burnt banana bread, a burnt loaf of banana bread will stink every time too. You can't make this up.
On them. Do you realize, Art, there hasn't been a single documentary done on the police who have unalived all of these innocent,
but we'll do one on you, Umar.
Where's the documentary on the police officer who killed Tommy Rice? Where's the documentary on the police officers who murdered Breonna Taylor? Where's the documentary on the police officers who murdered Sonia Mancy or Sandra Bland or Freddie Gray or Philando Castile or Alton Sterling or Amir Pope? Look at all of this that has been done to us. Where's the documentary on the Roman Catholic Church and all the Black children they allowed to be sexually abused? Where's the documentary on that? Where's the documentary on the economic devastation of Black people by whites? I don't just mean Tulsa of 100 years ago. I mean right here, right now. We never have smoke for our real enemies, but we are always ready and willing to tear down another Black person. Now, with that being said, Art, I have to say this.
You're going to send me this comment, boy.
With that being said, I have to say this in fairness to 50 Cent.
John, why you say this comment twice? You sound like a hateful. No, I'm sorry. Let me read it exactly as it's written. You sound like hateful person, comma, my lady, period. And it's just the beginning of the new year. You sound burnt, my lady. You don't sound like a human being, John Moore. John Moore, though. If we look at your profile, is it going to be something that's created within the last 2 or 3 days? Because I'm going to be real disappointed if it is. Be creative with your comments. I'm just saying, if you sent me the same thing twice, exactly the same way. I don't get it, honey. you might want to start with the definition of the word hate. Because if you think that he should be able to mistreat women and no one comes forward to speak on that, you got a whole nother thing coming, my bot. Come on, my lady. My bot. You got a whole nother thing coming. He's being sued. We have laws for a reason. He's going to catch it. There's nothing you can do to stop that. It's just so you know that. As long as you understand, you can't stop someone from coming forward or filing a lawsuit and seeking legal recourse in the court of law. No matter how you feel about that or how many times you post the same comment, it's not going to stop that happening in the courts. If women want to come forward and somebody wants to do a documentary on Umar Johnson, it's going to happen. You can't stop that. Man, just get creative with the comment. We said the same thing twice. You can't make this up.
When I learned, allegedly, that Sean Combs had seduced, allegedly, and sexually exploited, although with her permission, when I learned that Sean Combs had seduced and sexually exploited one of 50 Cent's ex-girlfriends, possibly even a mother of one of his children, when I learned of that, I said, you know what?
You didn't care.
As much as I didn't appreciate the documentary, if I'm going to be fair and honest to Mr. Curtis Jackson, Art, he had a right to do the documentary. As much as I did not appreciate another slander doc on a famous Black person.
It's not slander if it's true, you moron. This is the idiot that can't even give the definition of defamation properly. It's not slander if it's true. Slander is provable false statements, you idiot. This is why he would not be able to pursue a full lawsuit in court against Marianne Lorian. This is why he had to settle, because he nor his attorneys could define the word slander. It's not slander if it's true. If they have evidence to show what occurred, their experiences were true and backed up with evidence, documentation, proof. It's not slander. Cassie Ventura was not lying when she said she was being physically abused by him, because we saw video evidence of him abusing her in a hotel hallway. Video evidence, documentation, proof. That was not slander. Umar is as stupid as it gets. You can't make this up. He's supposed to be somebody's educator, but he refuses to define the word slander. If it's true, it's not slander. You just don't like it, and we don't care. Umar, we don't care if you don't like it. But it's not slander if it's true. Maybe you shouldn't do the dumb things that you do and people wouldn't come out and put you out on blast for it. Perhaps start with an apology. Take some accountability. Be a grown man for once. You walking burnt bread, Oompa Loompa, filled with Little Debbie's Swiss roll snack cakes. I can go in. Take some accountability in you being a deadbeat. Why don't you just be honest and say, you know what, I didn't even want kids. The end. Because you damn sure don't take care of them. It's not slander if there's no evidence to prove you're taking care of your children. It's not slander. That can be validated with evidence. Get over yourself, you clown. So a whole lot more things are going to come out in this lawsuit, which is exactly what should happen in any other situation. Sue his ass. You can't make this up. We've seen videos of him give out people's addresses and phone numbers, real names, legal names, so the Ogoonie Goons can go out and chase down a critic for speaking out against him. He resorted to cyber crimes. Doxing is illegal. He doesn't have any leg to stand on. Like the chicken that he is. You know, big body, small, skinny legs. Just like a chicken. He has no legs to stand, no chicken legs to stand on. When he goes out here and commits cyber crimes by doxing people and harassing and bullying people. Poetik Flakko sitting here saying he's going to essay a woman on his behalf. And he says nothing about that. You don't have a chicken leg to stand on. So whatever happens with you and whatever consequence you have to suffer, Umar, you're going to suffer. It is what it is. It's called karma. That's it. Bottom line. If people weren't saying things that were not true, why wouldn't he just keep taking them to court? You would think that would be the case, right? I mean, if he felt like Lene Sachs, Marianne Lauren, if he felt like they were truly lying on him, why would he just not follow through with the lawsuits? Lynn and Anna, why would he not follow through with that lawsuit? He didn't even want to pay the court costs. But he filed it talking about copyright strikes. You couldn't even figure out which law to utilize to even file a proper lawsuit to begin with, you idiot. And he says slander so frivolously and he can't define it. But when he files a lawsuit against Lynn and Honor, he's citing copyright strikes and DMCA laws that had nothing to do with defamation. He's a moron. You can't make this up.
He had a right to do it, Art. If it is true, and I say if because I was not there. If Sean Combs,
you don't need to be there. You
seduced and sexually exploited and took advantage of,
he abused the woman in the hallway of the
other
hotel
men to take advantage of, even with her permission. If Sean Combs,
with her permission,
knew that was 50's baby mom or ex-girlfriend, if he knew this and seduced and exploited this woman,
why would you not say that he probably knew? If we saw hotel video footage of Diddy beating up a young lady in the hallway and throwing objects at her, kicking her, forcing her to come back to the hotel room, as opposed to just letting her go and leaving her the hell alone. The F is wrong with Umar. This is why a documentary should be done on him. Hopefully 50 Cent does that. 50 Cent should definitely do a documentary on Umar. Period.
And probably did so just to get at 50 Art. That was wrong, bro. That is completely against the G code. You don't ever go and get the mother of somebody's child and slut them out and dog them out sexually and exploit them sexually and do allegedly all these things that I'm being told was done to that woman. You don't do that when you know that's that man's baby mom or you know that's that man's ex-girlfriend. You don't know how he felt about that woman. He could have been in love with that woman. And even if she was a little promiscuous, and I'm not saying she was because I don't know the sister, but even if she was promiscuous and Diddy did all this to that woman, 50 Cent, as much as I hate to say it, Art, 50 Cent had a right to make that documentary. If Puffy...
He had the right to make it either way, whether you like it or not, you clown. You don't get to prove on things. No one cares if you like it or not.
He did to that woman that 50 used to date, the things that people claim he
freedom
did
of the press.
and allowed to be done to her, even with her
out of his
permission.
mind.
You don't do that as a black man. That is conduct unbecoming a black man, and I would have to say.
So the conduct of Diddy beating up Cassie in the hallway of that hotel somehow is approvable to you? Y'all, he's scared of 50 Cent. Let's just be honest about this. Let's make sure we're all, understanding. Umar Johnson is afraid of 50 Cent. He really is. He doesn't want any smoke with 50 Cent. 50 Cent can destroy your career with a rap song. Okay. And he said himself, he's the king of petty. So hopefully 50 Cent does a documentary on Umar. He knows he doesn't want any smoke with 50 Cent. Umar doesn't want that. Neither does his dumb Oguni goons. So they would never ever go up against 50 Cent like that. They know, man, if 50 Cent had to go head in on with them, they would be scared. They would be punks and they would cower out. So he's only saying this because he doesn't want 50 Cent coming back at him like, who the hell are you talking to? Like, you think you get to dictate what I get to produce? Because Umar doesn't. He doesn't dictate shit. He can't even prove that he's used money to go towards a school he's been trying to allegedly open for 15 years. So he doesn't dictate anything when it comes to 50 Cent making a film. But the idea of him coming off like he is the one that co-signs on what every black person does is hilarious to me. No, he just doesn't want it done to himself, which it should happen now. Since he doesn't want this, it definitely should happen. 50 Cent should do a documentary about Umar Johnson, aka Jermaine Shoemake. I've got some creative titles for that documentary as well. Burnt Banana Bread. The Two Little Hoodie edition. I don't know. I'm gonna come up with something.
That Curtis 50 Cent Jackson was justified in making a documentary art. Because if I was him, if I was in 50 shoes, I might have done a documentary too. You feel me? I'm gonna be honest. You do that to my baby mom, even if I don't like her no more, even if I'm not on good terms with her no more. No matter what we've been through, you knew that was my baby mom. You knew that was my girlfriend.
Umar doesn't give a damn. He doesn't care about the 3 baby mothers that he has. This is how you know he's kissing 50 Cent's ass. Umar is afraid of 50 Cent. Y'all hear this? He's kissing 50 Cent's ass because he doesn't care about his 3 baby mamas he has. He doesn't give a damn about. He doesn't even care about his children. He definitely does not care about their mothers. Look what he's saying.
You feel me? I'm gonna be honest. You do that to my baby mom, even if I don't like her no more, even if I'm not on good terms with her no more. No matter what we've been through, you knew that was my baby mom. You knew that was my girlfriend.
I give a damn.
And you do that? You have her doing all this with you and other people, and you know that was my shorty at one time? Bro, that's a complete violation of the G Code art. So with that being said,
he doesn't give a damn. Y'all. Umar lied his ass off. Y'all see his eyes? He couldn't even look in the camera. See, we learn up in here body language. Y'all pay attention to the body language. I got to do this again.
You do that to my baby mom, even if I don't like her no more, even if I'm not on good terms with her no more. No matter what we've been through, you knew that was my baby mom. You knew that was my girlfriend. And you do that? You have her doing all this with you and other people, and you know that was my shorty at one time? Bro, that's a complete violation of the G Code art. So with that being said, 50 Cent had a personal reason to do that documentary, and I can't say he wrong for doing it. Now, with that being said, Art, watching that documentary, I came to 3 conclusions. Number 1, black people are hypocrites.
You are too. Umar is literally telling himself, you can't make this up, y'all. Tavares, thank you so much for saying this. He doxed them and sent his supporters after them. Exactly. Umar, you chicken. You burnt, crispy chicken. You doxed your baby mothers. At least one of them, for sure. And got mad and sent your Ogoni Goon tribe after them. You know, the idiots that are now trying to back away from you because lawsuit. You're so hypocritical. Why even lie? Just say, I don't want any smoke with 50 Cent because I'm scared of that dude and I don't want to get shot or something. I don't want to whip my ass. So I'm just going to leave that alone and keep living. Why is that hard to say? Yeah. You can tell he lying so bad. He made this face like he was farting and he know it stinks. He giving out that heavy, solid poot. Where it's all air and it's, it's so bad. It almost has this little burn to it where it's coming out. One of those poops where it's just so quiet. There's no sound with it at all, but it's, man, you're like, wow, why did I feel that? Y'all, that poop, it got this little burning sensation to it. It's coming out. He had one of those poops after you've eaten collard greens, cabbage, beans, and black eyed peas, along with extra crispy fried chicken, just because he's one. Taking that down with a Schweppes ginger ale. And he's like, oh my God, he's realizing it stinks. Y'all, look at his face. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm going to show y'all. Look at his face.
I might have done a documentary too. You feel me? I'm going to be honest. You do that to my baby mom, even if I don't like her no more, If I'm not on good terms with her no more, no matter what we've been through, you knew that was my baby mom. You knew that was my girlfriend. And you do that, you have her.
He like, ouch. Yo, he trying his best. He trying his best to just ease it on out. He realized the damn is burned. Woo, child, he gonna need some cooling butt cream when he done with this interview.
Doing all this with you and other people, and you know that was my shorty at one time, bro. That's a complete violation of the G code. Art. So with that being said, 50 Cent had a personal reason to do that documentary, and I can't say he's wrong for doing it. Now, with that being said, Art, watching that documentary,
it's like, oh man, I can taste it. Yeah, this is a sign that he's tasting that poop he just gave out, man, and he knows it's a nuclear hazard just came out his ass. You can't make this up.
I came to 3 conclusions. Number 1, Black people are hypocrites. We are probably the biggest spiritual hypocrites in America. And I'm going to say that, Art, because we are the most spiritual people in America. We are the most religious people in America. We brought religion to America. We gave it to the world. But the reason I say Black people, after watching that documentary, have to be the biggest spiritual hypocrites in America, is I'm seeing all these people.
Oh, God.
And I'm not talking about everybody. I want to be clear. I'm not talking about everybody. But I'm seeing all these people who was around this mess, around this filth, around this energy. Y'all watch people get taken advantage of. Y'all saw people get Mickeys put in their drinks, or at least you knew the Mickeys was in their drinks. Y'all saw women get beat up, beat on, trains ran on them, people get drugged, extorted, mistreated, dehumanized, and you did nothing about it at all as long as you were getting your peace.
Oh, dear Lord.
And now you're telling the world about all of this, Art. Now that the man is locked up and is no longer able to do anything for you, where was your voice when all this was going on? I'm talking to the men and I'm talking to the women. Like, it's one thing for you to have not known, to learn about it later, and to give your opinion. No issue. But if you was around this and you saw all this, women being taken advantage of against their will, even in some cases, maybe, but people.
You took that lady's $8,000 and she had 4 kids and she didn't give you permission to do that. You cleaned her savings account out, you know, because we can do the same thing, Umar. You can't make this up. The biggest hypocrisy, Colonel Sanders sitting here, the Negro version. We got the Negro Colonel Sanders, extra burnt, sitting here in front of us with his 2 little hoodie on, talking about some damn. Y'all should have spoke up. That's why you go to court and do these documentaries. It's their way of speaking up. First of all, you just said, as much as you hate to say it, 50 Cent had every right to do it. That's not something you hate or love to say. It's just a matter of a fact that he had the right to do it, period. It's called exercising free speech and expression and freedom of the press. You don't get to dictate any of those things. Our constitutional rights are not based upon Umar Johnson's approval. Why he's Putin like this. You know, he keeps making this poop face. This hoodie, y'all, is like the hazard sign. You know, it's mostly yellow and it's got that red X in the middle. Yeah, you can just envision this red X in the middle of this. Whatever these things are. Why is he wearing all these flowery things? Umar, you got a flower on your jacket. You can't make this up.
People being drugged without notice? And you don't say nothing at all? Are you not an accomplice to the crime? Are you not in some way almost as guilty as Diddy? And I'm not passing judgment.
I'm so glad he understands that. So to all the old Goonie Goons out there, please understand, if you get named as co-defendants, Umar Johnson definitely understands that you should be named as co-defendants, because not only did you perpetuate people being doxxed and having their addresses, phone numbers, full legal names, their spouses' names, their children's names, his baby mother's information. All of that was put out there against their will, because they didn't ask for that shit. Please know that Umar knows that you should be named as co-defendants because you aided in that behavior. You sat back and watched it happen. See, Umar, this is what happens when you talk out the side of your neck and then people like me come along and take your words and use them against you. I'm so glad you did this video because now this video can be used against you in a court of law too with this class action lawsuit. Can we get an amen in the chat? Amen to the fact that this video can be played in court to show that he understands that co-conspirators can be named in lawsuits. Hallelujah. I'm so glad he realized that. So when we name all these Ogoonie Goons in these lawsuits as co-defendants, don't get mad at us. Get mad at Jermaine Shoemake, a.k.a. Umar Johnson, a.k.a. the Oompa Loompa. Wearing these flowery jackets and stuff that are too little for him. You know, he just stuffed himself with gingerbread cookies, and then he stuffed all of that inside of this yellow hazard jacket with flowers. Yeah, it's too little. It's too little. So don't get mad when your name shows up as co-defendant on a lawsuit. Umar said it should happen because you stood around and watched him dox. You were on the phone, Poetik Flakko, where he was giving out someone's address and then saying someone should go by this person's house. Go do harm to this person. Don't sit here and act like you didn't do that with Lynn and Anna. No. Don't get upset when you get named. It's all your fault. And then you can get mad at Umar for reminding you in this video that you can be named as a co-conspirator or a co-defendant. So he can't go to court and say, I didn't understand that. I don't know what that means. What is a co-conspirator? They're going to play this video. There you go. Because Umar, you're still an idiot.
Judgment on nobody. Because Art, I am drawing a larger parallel to Black America as a whole. So for me, this is not just about the people who were interviewed in the documentary. This is about us. We have this selective morality thing, Art, where if he does it, it's wrong. If my brother do it, it ain't wrong. If my best friend do it, it ain't wrong. If my sister do it, it ain't wrong. What's up with all this selective morality from Black people? When Puffy was holding you down, when you were in good standings with Puff, you knew this, said nothing, did nothing.
This is crazy.
The men and the women. But now Puff has fallen from grace. Everybody is all of a sudden righteous. And everybody is filled with righteous.
Yeah, because, I mean, why should you allow someone to continue to violate others, break the law, and abuse people for no reason? What? How long are people supposed to let that go on? Oh, you mean to say, Umar, because people let you do this, then they should just continue to turn a blind eye to it? No, that's not how the hell that works. Of course not. You're going to find out the hard way, you Oompa Loompa. When all of these Ogoonie Goons and your little band camps, you know, the Swiss roll crew, the Kentucky Fried Chicken gang, start getting questioned. They have these attorneys sending out information, get a subpoena to come in to testify. Guess what's going to happen? They're either going to cooperate and testify against you, or they can run and hide from it. But then it's going to speak volumes to their character. And then it'll give this appearance that they're affiliated with you and they're defending you and backing you up while you're being taken to court in class action lawsuits. You won't be able to run from that. So wherever you're going, trust me, they're going to hire some people to go find you and serve your ass. You might as well make yourself available and take the service. You're not going to be able to avoid that because then you'll be a coward, right? And Umar, are you a coward? Are you a coward, Umar? Because we can say yes right now. For once, are you going to accept the service? One way or the other, this class action lawsuit is going to happen. You can make it over quick, or this can go on for however long you try to dip and dodge and duck from it. But it's going to happen. He thinks people should just turn a blind eye and never say anything at all. But then said, where were all those people at when this was going down, and why weren't they speaking up? So when they speak up, now all of a sudden they're being self-righteous. This is the hypocrisy of an idiot that got it coming. Of someone who has done the same thing, if not probably worse. And he knows that he has it coming. He knows these men are finally catching their day in court. And he has done the same thing. He's running from it. And he wants to try to get ahead of this by making it seem as if you say something, though, you're being self-righteous. But if you don't, then why aren't you speaking up? Wouldn't that make you a co-conspirator? Pick one. Either they're self-righteous or they're a co-conspirator. Either you want them to say something or you don't. But at least we all know he understands what a co-conspirator is. He knows what it means to be a co-defendant. He knows that people shouldn't be looking the other way. So he's already told on himself with this. So for him to say, oh, you're being self-righteous, no one gives a damn. That stuff won't fly in court either. You will not be able to go to court and say, well, Your Honor, I think that person's being self-righteous for coming in and telling on me. How dare they come in and testify against me? I can't believe it. They're self-righteous. The judge is going to say, sir, you keep speaking out of turn, and I will hold you in direct criminal contempt of court and lock your ass up. Please go to court and show your ass, Umar. Please do it so you can be held in direct criminal contempt of court.
This indignation for what Sean Diddy Combs did after the fact.
He's
Art,
in
that's
prison.
like me. I work in schools, Art. That's like,
No,
God
he
forbid,
doesn't.
I know of a teacher
That's a lie.
that's sexually abusing children. And I don't say nothing because me and the teacher cool. Or the principal.
Umar, are you giving us a life experience here? It sounds like, that happened to you or you perpetuated that.
Sexually abusing children. And I don't say nothing because the principal keep giving me extra children to evaluate. And the principal giving me overtime pay. And the principal giving me my own parking spot and a new computer. And let me take days off without even notifying the district. I know he's doing wrong. Or I don't say nothing. But the minute the principal gets caught by somebody else, is charged and convicted of a crime and sentenced to 50 months, now I want to tell my story. Now I want to tell the world what I saw. Now I want to tell the world what he did. All right.
Yeah, because your dumb Ogoonigoons be going after people trying to dox them. Diddy had money to silence people. He intimidated witnesses all the time. It's called witness intimidation, you dumb. But yet, if they don't say something, then they're a co-conspirator. Because, yeah. So it's best that they speak up and get ahead of it. Yep, that should happen. So make sure to all the Ogoonigoons and the Umar Tardians, don't wait till the last minute to say something because you know he's got it coming. Say something ahead of time. That way you can go testify in court and not be a co-conspirator. Because that's exactly what Umar is calling you if you don't. It's funny, because words matter here.
I am almost as guilty as the principal. I knew he was doing it. I was aware he was doing it.
Yeah.
Even if I wasn't there when he was doing it, I knew the details because I heard about it. People talked about it. I saw evidence. Whatever the case may be, good. I knew he was taking advantage of these kids. And I don't say a word until he goes to jail. And if he never goes to jail, I may have never said a word. Or if he never stops taking care of me, I may have never told my story. As far as I'm concerned, Art, it's just like with the R. Kelly situation. Why is Sean Puffy Combs the only person in jail? Why is R. Kelly the only person in jail? And of course, we know the answer to that.
Are you serious? Didn't they lock up Bill Cosby? They locked up plenty of people. Andrew Weinstein's still in prison. I mean, if people who in prison, what is he talking about? You have women going to prison now for taking advantage of kids in school. So people are going to jail. Umar, you're next. I hope the Umar Tardians are listening. Umar believes that you are a co-conspirator if you don't speak up. If you don't say all that he has done wrong, if you sit back and allow him to do what he did and you don't report it, he's saying you're a co-conspirator. So before you get added to a lawsuit as a co-defendant, you might want to speak up in advance because Umar said so.
The answer is they were targeted for other reasons. Sean Combs is not in jail because of what he was doing. Clearly
make
not.
This up.
Clearly not, because there's people who's part of the Epstein ring ain't seen jail yet. Look at what happened with Abercrombie and Fitch CEO Art. Look what happened to him. They gave him a mental health thing. They said he was going through mental health crisis. He was subject to a hospital, and he'll be going to trial in 2026, Art, and they're going to try to get that man off. Now, this is a man who sexually trafficked people. Puffy didn't sexually traffic people. Puffy may have drugged people without their knowledge, which is wrong and unacceptable. He may have paid people for sex, which is a crime across borders. Okay, interstate trafficking, the Mann Act. But to my knowledge, he didn't sexually traffic anybody against their will. But the CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch did, and guess what? He was given bail. He was given bail. This man was engaged in international sex trafficking, Art, and he was given a bail and was sent to a mental health hospital because they're claiming that he's going through psychological crisis. But Puffy never got bail, and Puffy doing 50 months. I don't condone any wrong that Puffy did. I don't condone no wrong against women or children at all. I'm not condoning it. I'm simply saying.
You're defending it, you idiot. You're defending it. You're trying to give credence to it. You're trying to literally say he's not in jail because of what he actually did, what he was charged with, what people came in and testified to, what he was deemed guilty of by a jury. You're trying to defend it to say that's not it. We're not willing to go to your alternate reality. As long as you understand what co-conspirator means, that's it. Because ignorance of the law is not a defense either, Umar. You can't go in talking about willful stupidity or tactical ignorance or willful ignorance or tactical stupidity. That's how it is. You can't decry willful ignorance. You can't say it's tactical stupidity. I didn't know about this specific thing because I was too busy learning about this specific law. Nope. You can't go in and say, I didn't know this was a real legal concept, Your Honor. I was just running my mouth, talking stuff. No. You understand what it means to be a co-conspirator. So when the Umartardians are sitting there next to you, and all of y'all are being held liable and accountable, and then y'all start sharing jail cells together, just know they're going to whoop your ass.
And where is black people smoke for everybody else?
It's coming,
But
Umar.
the three things are that came to mind. Number one, black people are hypocrites. Number two, this is going to be the new takedown strategy for any rich and powerful black man that the power structure wants to do away with. They now know that we can literally destroy a black man in his own community without the courts. Puffy didn't have to go to jail. Puffy didn't have to go to jail.
Yes, he did.
That was for suing Diageo liquor. That's what that was.
No, it wasn't. He had to go to jail for what he did. We all know that you don't want to look at the hotel camera footage where he dragged a young lady and abused her physically and threw objects at her and hurt her. And she was already on the ground when he did most of the things that he was doing to her. Kicking her, throwing stuff at her, heavy objects at her. They girl, what, $130? And slinging her around like a Raggedy Ann doll. And she just wanted to leave. And yet somehow he thinks that that was not worthy of Diddy going to jail over. No, he is exactly where he belongs. Umar, you can join him at any time. I mean, no one's going to stop you from going to jail with him. If you want to go in there and keep Diddy comfortable and keep him happy, relive your days of Hyde Park, reenact what you and that male beautician stylist did in that hotel room where you claim he slept on the couch. I mean, maybe you could go in and wash, condition, and sponge Diddy's hair. We will not stop you, Umar. Yeah, you can go in and shampoo and condition and sponge Diddy's hair for hours. Go ahead. No one is stopping you. I think you would have to go in and share your time with R. Kelly. Aren't they bunkmates? You said it's about why is the one in jail? You're going. You can go. No one's gonna stop you, Umar. Go in there and keep Diddy comfortable. Keep him company. Keep him happy. No one's stopping you from going. Because Lord knows, if all the women start coming out against you, it would be just as bad. You don't think people know your secrets? You clown. You can't make this up.
They had already destroyed Puff Enough. He didn't have to go to jail. But they now know that we can choose any black man we want and destroy them in front of their people. And they won't do anything about it. In fact, they will help us. So I know that this is going to be a new way to destroy rich black moguls.
You don't care.
And let us be clear, Art, they want to get all of them. The only one left standing from the music industry is Sean Combs. They didn't got Russell. They didn't got Kelly. They got Cosby. They got Combs.
Cosby,
the only one left is Carter. And even though I think Jay-Z should be doing a whole lot more for the black community, I don't want to see him fall. I don't want to see him fall. But of black male moguls, Art, he's the last man standing. And I pray that he continues to stand. And 50 got to be careful too, Art. Okay? To my knowledge, he ain't got no scandals or nothing, but 50 is up there. And I respect 50 Cent because he's done some good things for some people. You know, I've heard somebody spoke of how allegedly he produced Pop Smoke's posthumous album after he was unalived, and they say 50 didn't charge any money for it. I've heard 50 take care of other artists. I heard someone say that 50 helped Dr. Cheyenne Bryant get her book deal. So 50 is not a bad guy. And if I had to guess, Art, using my psychology lens, I think the reason why
a psychology lens that you still aren't licensed or certified to use. You can't make this up. Why are you trying to even do this with 50 Cent? I thought it was school psychology. Is it not school psychology? Does 50 Cent look like he goes to FDMG Academy? Does he look like he's of age to be a student of Umar's? 50 Cent has to be looking at this, laughing his ass off. Yeah, keep on talking, chump. I got something for you. Be doing a documentary on Umar Johnson next. That is exactly what he's got to be saying to himself. 50 Cent, I want to be in your documentary called Marianne Lorient. She's got a lot of videos.
50 trolls people is because there might be some unaddressed pain in him from his own traumatic past that we know about.
No,
and I think 50 might need to sit on Dr. Cheyenne Bryant's couch. And if they don't have a personal relationship, if there's no romance involved, I think it would be a good thing for Dr. Cheyenne Bryant to do a couple sessions with Fifth and help him process whatever you need to process, Art. Because when you're that rich and that famous,
dude, you're mad and jealous because he's rich and that famous. You can't do what he do because you don't have the talent or the brains. You can't even get people around you to help you open a school. One building, not even two. And then you turn them people away, you turn the help away when it's offered to you. Jamar lost nothing trying to give Umar some assistance in this. I'm sure his father-in-law still has that school open. And Jamar's still doing well. So Umar not taking Jamar's advice and getting people around him to help him open the school, get professionals around him that are specialized in certain areas to help him get at least one building open. That's Umar's fault. And this is why he's being sued. Because people are tired of him asking for money. He somehow thinks he doesn't have to be held accountable and show receipts on how it's being spent. And he thinks that these people are supposed to be taking care of his personal needs. Umar doesn't pay anybody's rent or mortgage. No one owes him shit. And yet he carries himself like people owe him something. No. The audacity to sit here and to say somebody shouldn't be in jail because he doesn't want to go. That's all this is. This is self-projection. This is what you call somebody projecting. He wants to be given grace should the time come where a documentary is made about him, where people are actually telling the truth, coming out and saying, this is what Umar Johnson did to me. And if Marianne Lorient has at least 2 or 3 stories she could tell of young ladies who can say flat out, here's the pain and grief he's caused me, and here's some evidence to back it up. Can you imagine if 10 or 20 come out the woodwork saying the same thing about Umar over the last 20 years about what he's done, including the baby mothers? And on top of that, Lene Stacks. Just imagine. That's why they attack her so much. Because they don't want her truth to get out. And the women that sit here and still defend and protect him, like he said, you can be co-conspirators. So understand, he doesn't even give a damn about you being named as a co-defendant in a lawsuit. And you're not smart enough to pick up on that. Umar Tardians are just as dumb as he is.
You don't have a lot of people you can go and talk to. Kanye West. You can't tell me Kanye West don't belong on somebody's couch. But when you rich and that famous, who can you trust to tell your deepest secrets to? I think 50 Cent is a good dude because he's done too much good for me not to think he's a good dude. But I think he still carries pain that no amount of wealth and no amount of money can extinguish. And so I hope that, you know, he just get a couple sessions with somebody he can really open up to, because I think if 50 Cent can get over that pain that I think he still has, I think he can change the world, bro. I think he cares enough to where 50 Cent could change the world if somebody could just help him process a little bit of that pain. But I'm proud of what he's done, because a lot of rappers they leave the hip hop industry. They don't land on their feet. Think about it. Most rappers, when they're done, no matter how successful they were in music, they don't land on their feet. 50 not only landed on his feet, this guy's broken records, you know what I mean, with some of the miniseries that he's put out there, some of the viewership that he's put out there. Now he got his own movie studio that he's working on. He's slowly becoming another Tyler Perry, you know, without the, you know, obviously without some of the controversy that surrounds Tyler Perry's name. Shout out to Tyler Perry. I hope he wins that case against the Rainbow Bunny that he's dealing with. But I respect 50. I like 50.
Tyler Perry's a Rainbow Bunny. Umar, you go out and hide out in Hyde Park. I mean, seriously. You told a grown woman her jaw is not as strong as a man's jaw.
I've always been a fan of 50. Don't agree with some of the trolling, you know, but like I said, if 50 can process some of that pain he's still carrying, 50 Cent can change the world. I do think he cares. And as far as the documentary goes, if Puff did.
Umar hates black women. He says that as a trope. He uses black women to defend him, but he also attacks black women at the same time. You can't make this up. He's willing to dox women and put their lives, their safety in jeopardy because they're saying things he doesn't like. Not that it's provably false. And he's talking about 50 Cent needing help for some pain or something when he's not licensed or certified to even speak on that, because he's not.
To his baby mom or ex-girlfriend, whatever people are claiming he did to his baby mom or ex-girlfriend, he had a right to do the documentary. As much as I don't want to admit it, Art, he had a right to do that documentary.
You said it 5 times.
I mean, if we're keeping it real, you know, Diddy, he could have had any woman he wanted, yo. That was intentional. He knew that was 50 baby mom, and come on, man.
I agree. That was wrong. Bro, I'm going to be honest with you, Art. In my opinion, because to my knowledge, Sean Combs didn't do anything to any underage children. That didn't come out in that documentary. That didn't come out in any of the other documentaries, any other miniseries that was done on him. None of the interviews I've seen. It doesn't appear that Sean Combs took advantage of any children. So with that being said, Art,
exactly,
I'm almost ready to say
two people are now
that what Puff did to 50 baby mom may be worse than anything in the documentary. Like from a man-to-man respect perspective, from a man-to-man G code perspective, from a man-to-man honor and integrity perspective.
Seeing Cassie get abused physically in the hotel hallway by Diddy is not as bad as the idea that Diddy went after 50 Cent's child's mother. So you mean to tell me that a woman should endure physical abuse before one dude picks up another dude's ex? 50 Cent should definitely do a documentary on Umar Johnson. You know, he's got a lot of skeletons in his closet. We're still waiting for proof of life from his mother, too. 50 Cent, please go out there to Umar's mom's house and see if she's there and do a wellness check. You can't make this up.
If what is alleged of Sean Combs to have done to 50 Cent's baby mom, if that is in fact true, that crime, although it wasn't technically a crime in the white man's world, it's a crime against your manhood. That crime may be worse than everything 50
than
put
a
in that
woman
documentary.
being
I hope it
physically
ain't true.
abused.
But if it is, he's more than justified for doing the documentary. More than justified. Again, I don't know the whole story, and I always say, based on what I know, Art, because maybe 50 Cent might come out later and say 50 did it, something like that, to one of my baby moms. I don't know. But based on the knowledge that is out now, in my opinion, can change based on the information presented to me at any given time, any given moment. But based on what we know, Sean Combs was wrong. For that was wrong. And for that, he had a right to do the documentary, man. I still wish he wouldn't have. I'm just tired of the negative energy in our community. But
you tired of being held accountable for the dumb shit he does. Yeah. So Umar has already said he understands, if you don't say something to the Umar Tardians, once again, you are a co-conspirator. That's exactly what Umar said. His words, not mine. So we're going to treat you like that. So to the women that wants to continue to defend Umar, he called you a co-conspirator because you're sitting back allowing him to break laws and take advantage of other women. To sit here and take $8,000 from some woman's savings account to go after Lene Stacks, to try to go after Marianne Lorient. You are complicit in these dumbass actions that he's doing. And now he's being sued by 40 people at once. According to Umar, you are a co-conspirator. So hopefully you get named as a lawsuit as a co-defendant. You can't make this up.
He had a right to do that documentary if, in fact, Puffy did with his baby mom what the streets is alleging he did with her.
Dear Lord. Oh, God. Oh, no, I'm not going to do it. So that was it. Because this one is about Venus Williams. And once again, he gets on a black woman marrying a white man, and he doesn't like it because that black woman won't marry his sloppy, lazy, unemployed ass. But the black women he's chasing after somehow allows him to do this because they defend him and they attack Lene Stacks all the time. You can't make this up. Even though he doesn't even have a job and he can't pay their bills. Somebody find out how that works. So the fact that they allowed this to happen makes them co-conspirators, because of reasons. Yeah, this is something else. Umar is a pure fool. Just a fool. Thank y'all so much for tuning in, y'all. I don't even know what else to say. I mean, it's like he did this in parts. I don't know why the Art of Dialogue did this in parts. He talked about Venus Williams. He gives his honest take on that because he, it's an interracial marriage, so he's gonna whine and complain about that. And then something along the lines of Dave Chappelle and Dave Chappelle's interracial marriage. Dave Chappelle been married to his wife for over 25 years, 20 years. Been married for this woman to this woman a long time. So all of a sudden, Umar wants to have an issue with interracial marriage because he's racist. But deep down, he doesn't care when the camera's not on. He has no way of knowing who's giving him money. And the idea of him actually trying to be chest to chest with a Caucasian in a movie speaks volumes. It does, Umar. People have the right to their opinion, and it is what it is. And unless you are prepared to defend with evidence all the women you've ever dated and to prove to us that they are all within your race, we don't give a damn about you calling it slander because you can't prove it to be false. You're such a moron. It's so crazy. Y'all, I've had fun. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Shout out to Black Anonymous. How you doing, honey? What about when Umar slept with a married woman? Exactly. He slept with married women. He sleeps with, he would go with anybody. And he says, oh, it's slander if you say that. That's a false statement. I don't mess with women outside my race. He can't prove that. That's what's his attorneys weren't even smart enough to think twice about that before they told Marianne Lorient this. Before they said, oh, that's slander because he doesn't date outside his race. I don't give a damn what he says. He would have to prove that. So if you guys are prepared to prove that in court, come on with it. They wouldn't be able to. It's so stupid. I appreciate all of you all, man. This is something else. Black Anonymous, Umar, he just said if you don't speak up and you see someone doing something wrong, you're a co-conspirator. Now all the Umar Tardians got a target on their back because of Umar. Because he just made all of them co-conspirators. Y'all, this is epic. This is what happens when we take your words, Umar, and use it against him. We can use your words against you. There you go. He understands what a co-conspirator is, Black Anonymous. I can't believe it. So I say all of these so-called Umar Tardians should be named in lawsuits. This is our nails. Love y'all. Sent you a new pic of the LLC baby. Y'all know Cheryl had a granddaughter. And this is our baby in the LLC. She's so adorable. We love the little snuggle bunny. Oh, she's so sweet. What a sweet baby. Yes. So we got new photos. Oh my goodness. Look at her. Do you want me to show? Can I show them? If you want, Cheryl, can I show LLC the baby, our new baby? She's the LLC baby. How would that even be considered slander? That's like saying Umar likes blondes and slander. Exactly. His attorneys told Marianne when she said he dates outside his race because, you know, he wanted to do a love scene with a white woman and then make it seem like he's like, no, I don't like white women. Get out my bed. You know, she's like, I'm going based on what I see and hear and observe in this film. Something that's not needed. It was not a necessity for Umar to sit here talking about he want to do a love scene with a white woman and be bare-chested, chest to chest with her. Who thinks of stuff like that? Who comes up with that? And his attorney said, oh, that's slander. No, it's not. To say he dates outside his race. Clearly, if he's willing to do that, he more than likely dates outside his race. But she had the right to make that opinion based on the set of facts of what he was doing on set. And like I said, how would they prove that to be false? They would have to introduce every single woman he's ever dated since he's been dating. Probably since a young age of 16, 15, 16, whenever he starts liking girls and dating. Or whatever. Hyde Park people, who knows? He would have to show us all of that just to prove that it's false. Like, he wouldn't be able to do that. But his attorneys are like snake oil salesmen. So they're going to say whatever to make, as if people shouldn't catch that. Like, no. If I were Marianne's attorneys, I would be like, well, are you all prepared to defend that? Because this is exactly the evidence you have to produce. We can go to court with that. Otherwise, our client has the right to her opinion. It's her opinion. It's free speech. You don't get to dictate that. And if you're prepared to prove that to be false, meaning I expect like 2-3 pages of women that he's ever dated, had any encounters with sexual, I don't even care if all he did was have her take her shirt off, he took his shirt off, and they were just chest to chest with each other. We want to have all those names, contact numbers, so we can call all these people and verify whether or not they're inside or outside his race. Man, it would be crazy trying to prove something like that. Of all things, they want to say that was slander. And they can't even do anything to prove that it's false. Oh, she said, sure, y'all, we finna look at this baby. Oh my God. Oh, look at this snuggle bunny. Oh, we love this baby. Y'all, look at this baby. Oh my goodness. Umar, you oompa loompa. You will never compare to the beauty of this beautiful baby. Y'all see the baby. This is the LLC baby. Yes, she is. Oh my God. I love her so much. Yo. Oh my God. And she's so happy. It's like she said, oh, I just had a big bowl of collard greens and it was just delightful. Look at the sweetness. Oh my goodness. Oh. Y'all, this is the LLC baby. Congratulations to you, Cheryl. Oh my God, you're good, baby. Oh, y'all, this is our baby. This is the LLC baby here. I had to claim her. She's so cute. Oh my God. Her name is Naomi Embry Bain. Oh, I love Naomi is beautiful. It's also biblical. Naomi is a beautiful name. She's 2 weeks old. Look at that precious baby. This is so, oh my goodness. I love it. And a smile on her face. I want to babysit. It's so adorable. That beautiful bow on her head, y'all. All right, y'all. We got our own baby now. It just makes us all happy. Happy New Year to all of you guys that I had not seen or been able to give a shout out to since December 31st. I appreciate all of you all for tuning in. Thank you all for the support. Let's get to the supers right quick because I have a couple more supers. Thank you all so much. Oh my goodness. We have the $5 super from Mixtress Monica. Thank you for the $5 super. Getting the camera crew to put her and her kids on blast was wicked work. Clarissa's people could have asked her to leave and explained outside. Okay, and then the $2 super from Mistress Monica. Thank you so much. Sorry, I sent the wrong message on my super chat. It's okay. You see, I'm so glad I caught the second one because I was about to ask about what's going on with the first one. I had no idea. It's all good. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. That's a blessing. I appreciate the support from you guys. Hit the like button. You guys give a like for the baby. Congratulations to Cheryl, our new grandma here, our baby here of the LLC, Naomi. We love you, Naomi, honey. You're so sweet. You're already famous. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Thank y'all so much. We're going to go live with Candace in a few. So you guys who want to tune in, go ahead and get you some popcorn and Kool-Aid. It's going to be something else. I'm going to try to keep it just light in under 2 hours if I can. I always say that. But I appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. And yes, I do have a few more videos for Umar that I would like to cover tomorrow. So shout out to all of you all for the support. And until then, you guys have a good evening. I'll see you in the next live, or I will see you tomorrow. Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.